But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. This is the home of hard truths and bold insights. And indeed, it is the people's breakfast. Can we say the Bibo's breakfast? But indeed, even if it is the Bibo's, well, indeed, it is the Bibo's breakfast. My name is Mungala and I'm with Siti Muga as well in the studio. Siti, habari ya asubuhi bana.
Habari asubuhi nzuri.
Leo yani umekumbuka kuna microphone. Amen. Hallelujah.
Yeah, give it time. Kitu bwana kina wakati wake bwana.
Kila kitu kina wakati wake. Hapo kweli.
Wakati wa kuelewa, wakati wa kutoelewa.
Naam.
Wakati wa kubeba mzigo.
Naam.
Wakati wa kushukisha mzigo. Kabisa.
Leo ni siku njema, naweza sema hivyo. Wahenga walisema siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Na leo nimeona siku njema asubuhi kwa sababu nimeweza kupata kila kitu kiko shwari. Nimeamka nikiwa mzima wa uhai, sina mafua, macho yangu yako sawa, siko hoi, sipigi chafya. Yaani nikasema leo kwa sababu ya minus those things niko sawa.
Wewe hapa napiga chafya?
Yes, sijafanya hachu.
Chafya alifanya nini?
Sasa chafya yeye upigwa ukifanya hachu.
Hiyo ni kwenu eh?
Ama Waswahili wanasemangaje? Si ni kupiga chafya, ama ni kwenda chafya?
Bro. Uelewe na uelewe kwa makini ya kwamba kuna Kiswahili kingine sasa kingine napita.
Sababu ya hiyo sababu.
That is the reason why.
Right.
A little understanding is
Importante.
Yes.
Liverpool yesterday played against Sunderland. And as a supporter of Liverpool,
thank you so much. It's a team that you support.
Yes, I am a supporter of Liverpool.
Right.
We played against a team called Sunderland. Yes, and we were playing in our home field, which is Anfield. Bro, wale wase walitupeleka hivi unyo tukatoka 1-1.
They knew they were playing a serious team.
And they
put on their A game.
They did.
In fact, A+ game.
They did.
Yes.
We managed to score one and they managed to retaliate with another one.
Good match. Sorry, not very good match for you guys, isn't it?
It's not. This is the Premier League. This is the top tier league.
So Sunderland are in the Premier League?
Yes, they are in the Premier League.
It was not a promotional match?
They came from Ushago,
Relegation?
Yeah, relegation. So they were promoted to the...
They were in Division 2?
Division 1 actually.
Wait a moment.
Yes.
Premier?
Premier ni Premier.
Is Division 1 plus.
Hiyo sasa you could say that. You could say that.
So now Division 1
yes.
Ndio hii
wako hapa chini kidogo. Jamaa wakakuja pale juu nakwambia. So they did what they did and here we are. Another team that
why don't you look crestfallen? You don't look unhappy.
I don't look unhappy because we didn't lose. I would have been really sad had we lost. We gained.
You've been crestfallen completely.
Yes.
If you had lost.
Yes.
Right.
We gained a point. You see, when you draw, even if you mkienda 0-0,
you divide. Everybody gets 1-1.
Exactly.
If you win, you get 2.
You get 3 actually. If you win,
what sort of math is that?
A win is 3 points. It's football. We can go
Why
on
don't
and
they give people 1.5 each?
We can go back to the history of the game and it will take us forever. Wejua tu, a win is 3 points.
3.
A loss is 0 points, and then a draw is 1 point.
So if I lose by 1 goal, I don't get anything.
My friend, a loss is a loss. It doesn't matter whether you've lost by a goal or by 13 goals. The point is you have lost.
This game you support is funny.
Yeah, it is.
And they don't know how to do maths.
No, this is their mathematics. But we are digressing. The point here is that Liverpool drew. And I'm fairly happy, but I'm also disappointed because...
So the 1 point which none of them got, who takes it?
No. Each one of us got a point. So
yes, but there are 3 points. Game,
no, those ones...
There are 3 points.
Yeah.
So if one team gets 1, another one gets 1. The other one which remains, who takes it?
So now this is going to be a very long day.
All right.
No one.
Okay, fine. You don't know. You are not there. You don't know. All right, it's okay. I've understood. Your team got theirs.
Yes.
The other guys got theirs.
Yes.
So let's stop worrying about the other one.
So,
okay. Yes.
Yeah. So that's that as far as Liverpool is concerned. I would have wished us to win that game, but I mean, it is what it is.
If wishes were horses, we know what would happen, isn't it?
Yeah. And we have said that, or rather, I've said here several times that this season tunakiona, but ni sawa. Watu wengine pia jana walicheza wakaonyeshwa kivumbi kidogo, ni watu wanajulikana kama siwezi ita vumbi, but Villarreal were playing against
Villarreal is a team from which country?
It's a La Liga team.
La Liga is Spain.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And the fellows in Italy, what's their Premier League called?
It is called Serie A.
Serie A.
Serie A, yes.
So Serie B, yao ni Serie A.
Serie A.
Very good.
But actually there's a Serie B. Now that's what they call their divisions.
Na Ujerumani, their Premier League
Bundesliga.
It's called Bundesliga.
And also the Austrian one is called Bundesliga because they're both German.
And the French one?
It's called Ligue 1.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very good.
Yes.
See, today,
right,
I'm an informed person.
Yes. Now you know. But anyway, long story short, Villarreal also yesterday they went into penalties with this team called Antonino.
Antonina is like Sunderland.
Kwanza yuko kwa their third division. Iko like uko ushago ya ushago.
So them, they don't have Premier League. Everybody plays everybody.
Well, Premier Leagues have different names.
Or do they have an FA? Because I know in the UK, the FA is where you find everybody's playing everybody.
Yes. FA is more or less football association, which can be found in every country. Because like there's a Kenyan FA, there's a Ugandan FA. So it depends.
FA Cup in the UK is
now the FA Cup in the UK is different. But yes, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Nimekufunza mpira kidogo hapo.
Sana, sio kidogo.
But hata mimi nashinanga nikilearn every day. Yeah, because there are new things like
So timu yako ilishindwa na Villarreal.
Sasa timu yangu inaitwa Liverpool.
Yes, I know you've told me this.
Yes. No, I was rooting for Villarreal, yes. Yes, I was actually rooting for Villarreal, but wakaonyesha kenye walioneshwa.
Walishindwa?
Hawakushindwa, walidraw, they had to go into penalties.
Oh,
because they were playing for a cup.
And how did the penalties pan out?
Called Copa del Rey.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
And they lost on the penalty shootout?
They actually won on the penalty shootout.
All right. How many goals the goalkeeper save or did?
I think ilikuanga either 3-5 or 5-4 or something of the sort. I really can't remember. But the point is...
Why I mentioned a goalkeeper, I was reminded of a certain Cameroonian goalkeeper called Nkono.
Nkono.
Look it up. That man was a prolific goalkeeper.
Yeah. Hakuna mpira ilikuwa inampita.
Amaze atuamke asubuhi. Anyway, continue.
All right. Leo ni tarehe 4. Today is 4th of December 2025, and the world remembers this day for the following reasons: International Day of Banks and International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures. So, International Day of Banks and then International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures. City, juu wewe mwalimu alikuwa anayefunza
lugha ya
Kiingereza. Hii International Day Against Unilateral Coercive Measures, hebu tudecipheria tafadhali.
Coercive measures are measures that you use to either direct someone to a path that they had not intended to go in the first place. Coercion here refers to forcibly convincing.
Yep.
Sometimes coercion simply means an untoward method that you use to get someone to do something that, as I said, they had not intended to do.
Yes.
Now, for instance, we were having this conversation about gender the other day.
Yes, we were.
The economic imbalance that you find in very many unions or very many relationships brings about an element of coercion, in the sense that one is afraid to make a stand on issues because the coercive element here is the power dynamics that works against them.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So that is what we are.
We are pointing out and saying chungeni sana.
Yes.
Right.
Leo ndio hiyo siku sasa, kama in case ulikuwa unashangaa na Siti amekueleza, si ndio hiyo, si umejua?
Umejua.
I hope umeshika na umeelewa. Na pia tukizungumzia mabenki, International Day for Banks. So why exactly are we thinking about banks? Because that's where we keep our money. Because banks are important, right? Yeah. And they also help economies.
Do they?
They do.
Okay.
Banks give out loans, don't they?
I keep being told they do.
Yeah. Or you've never taken a bank loan?
I have.
So there's one time when I got my first formal employment in Nairobi. I went to the bank, a bank in Nairobi. It's actually a foreign-owned bank, yeah? And I went there and I sat with the bank, whatever customer care person, and I told them I want to take a loan because I wanted to buy a car. So nikamwambia niaje nijenge pesa ninunue gari hapa hivi. Wakanambia, okay, so now how much do you want? The car I wanted at the time was about $500,000. So I told them I wanted 600K because I wanted to buy the car and then of course buy insurance for the car, full tank, nini service hiyo maneno. Alafu niende nikatembelea watu shagoni wasitue. So they told me go because we don't know your employer. I was like, what do you mean you don't know my employer, Bana? My employer is one of the biggest in this city. They told me, yeah, but according to our records, Bana, your employer doesn't exist on paper. I was like, wait, what? So I went back to my employer and I told my employer, so niaji mse, Bana, huko banko wameniambia they need some kind of this and this document so that they can give me a loan.
You want to authenticate your existence.
Exactly. And then my employer told me, bruh, yeah, those papers that you're asking for do not exist.
The bank was right.
So the bank was right. That's when I realized that my employer at the time probably was in a business huko Nairobi wanaitanga wash. Yeah, and I quit later.
You know, I've never actually understood that business, to be honest with you. I hear people speak of it. Yesterday it was in the papers, I read it, but I honestly don't understand it.
I quit because I was like, I cannot work for a company that doesn't exist anywhere. What if something happens? And then nikafuatilia a few months, like when I was now clearing.
What did your business do? I mean, okay, it was a business. What did you guys do?
I can't say.
So what? Okay, let me ask a more pertinent question. What were you doing?
What was I doing?
What did you do?
I was working for them. Long story short, because nikisema mtajua. So long story short, okay. I quit and I told them I'm afraid, guys, I can't continue like this because you guys don't exist on paper. You don't exist anywhere. No one knows you. I found out they were not paying my NSSF. They were not paying my NHIF. They were not paying anything. And yet they would make those deductions. So I told them this is not the direction I want to take with you guys. And I left. Yeah. So that's that.
Did they throw a party?
For me?
When you left?
No, I actually informed them on my way out. I didn't give them time to negotiate because I was also afraid of the repercussions. I was very young at the time. I was afraid of the repercussions. I didn't know what they might or might not do to me, so I just bounced.
So
Methali ya leo inatupeleka wapi city?
We are still in the Republic of Burundi, whose capital city is?
Gitega.
Good man.
Yes.
Good man. And the economic capital is?
Bujumbura.
See? You're doing well in this exam.
Yes.
Right. It is easier to pull a thorn from someone else's skin.
It is easier to pull a thorn out of someone else's skin.
Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
You don't feel the pain.
No.
You just grab it and shwap.
Yes. Yes.
They're left there wallowing in pain.
The pain usually is sharp, it's immediate, and then
Inaisha.
It starts diminishing. Yes. Okay. At the point when it is pulled is when it is painful. Beyond that, it is not that bad.
Right. Lovely.
Righto.
Salamu zimfigie Douglas Kibogonga, amesema good morning CT Mbuvi and Edna. Well, Douglas, good morning to you. Douglas is asking Edna to invite Panyako. So Edna, I hope umesikia nani Dagi anasema ulete Seth Panyako. I'm assuming it's Seth.
Muliza is called Seth, yes.
Yeah. Aya. He also goes on to the CT Mbuvi and Edna, do you have I don't think I understand this, so I won't read it for now.
Okay, leave it.
And then, so Douglas Pekendi ametuandikia 78 messages. So the rest of you either are typing or Douglas has taken up all your space. Let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke and see what's happening on that particular space. So in case you're wondering what that is our official website where you can also get to see us live and direct. Here we go. So the first story we're going to read is on how Nyaribo avoided removal from office in Senate. There's someone who has a very interesting angle to this, but I'll read this first and then tell you his thoughts. Nyamira Governor Amos Nyaribo narrowly escaped becoming only the second governor to be impeached since the 2022 elections after a Senate vote halted the proceedings on a technical point. Senators voted on Wednesday night to uphold a preliminary objection questioning whether the Nyamira County Assembly had met the constitutional 2/3 threshold required to remove him. Attempts to delay the vote failed, with Senate Speaker Amason Kingi insisting that the House move forward. After a short break, the sitting resumed around 8 p.m. and voting began. Less than 10 minutes later, the outcome was announced. The result of the revision is the ayes, who had 38, and nays 4 votes. So the ayes have it. The motion having been approved, the hearing of the proposal removal from office by impeachment of Governor Amos Nyaribo is hereby terminated, said Speaker Kingi. Nyaribo now joins Isiolo Governor Abdi Guyo and Kericho Governor Eric Mutai as governors who had survived removal on a technicality, with Mutai having escaped twice. Now, the person who had something to say about this whole situation, it was actually through a meme, and this is what they said, that in this Nyaribo situation, impeachment was actually orchestrated by the same people who saved him. And of course, by same people, this person is alluding to the government. They wanted to own him. So this was some sort of blackmail whereby they created a situation whereby he was to be impeached, and then of course they swoop in and save him, and then now they tell him, you owe us one, because you know what, we saved you. We could have left you to the dogs, but we saved you, so now we owe you. We own you, sorry.
But does that not sound very much like the narrative that one hears about Mbere? How the government, according to some people who seem to understand this better, more or less crafted and created the by-election.
Exactly.
But it is strange, is it not? Because who was the MP from Mbere North?
CS Ruku.
Right. Who was the MP before him?
I have absolutely no idea.
And
was it him?
No, it was not him.
Are you asking like before he was ever elected to parliament?
No. I'm looking at the number of people who are MPs and what has happened.
Okay.
JB Muturi, where does he come from?
Oh, JB Muturi was the MP before.
Yes. And then what? And then he was appointed what?
Speaker. Right.
And then he was after appointed what again?
AG. Right.
Sawa.
Nam.
Right. Now, so I'm simply trying to say that there's a time lapse in the period of these things happening.
Yes.
So Ruku then, JB Muturi, then did he resign or was he pushed out?
Who, JB?
Muturi.
JB was...
Depends on who you ask, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, but he left the position that he had. Before then, when he stopped being AG, he got, a ministerial post, did he not?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, precisely. So that particular time, over that period of time, is when Ruku became member of parliament. Is it okay?
Yes, indeed.
All right. So, now, when this man resigned or was pushed out and was no longer minister, Ruku was made a minister. It's like you had a guy here who was minister, let's look for another guy from your part of the world and give him the job.
Right.
Okay. Now, so if we look at this narrative that the government orchestrated all this.
Yes.
So what exactly did the government orchestrate?
I according to this person, what I would say is that they, again, and this is part of a very long post, that Nyaribo was probably supporting Dr. Matiang'i. Okay? And we know a lot of Kisi leaders right now are supporting Dr. Matiang'i. So,
are they now? They say they're supporting him. Are they supporting him?
So, what sinimaliza hii post ya wenyewe? So, sababu mheshimiwa Nyaribo hapa alikuwa na support mheshimiwa Fred Matiang'i, wakasema wacha tumdislodge from his support.
Okay.
So sasa so kama government inamuown, ni kumaanisha by extension ni UDA inamuown. Kumaanisha ile support angepatia Daktari Matiang'i sasa hataweza kumpatia. Hii ndio conspiracy ya mwenye aliandika ile post.
But I would argue the complete opposite. There are those who would argue that the thing we've seen about this Kenyan politics, if you have a government that is not particularly popular, if they ostracize you, they actually bequeath you more popularity. Yes. Even people who may not have thought that they would support you suddenly come to support you.
But now you see, they have to do it in a smart way. Because if it is indeed true, this conspiracy theory of this person who created this meme, then they have, in a smart way, managed to...
What is smart about it?
City sasa tutaingia kwa darasa ya.
It's not smart. The point I'm trying to say is that it is far-fetched.
Yeah. But in politics,
the complaints against Nyaribo had been there before Matiang'i came from wherever he had come from.
Right. But see,
they were there for the longest time.
You do not know that sometimes cards can be played at a later date. You can keep it in what I would call on ice until a time comes where you throw it out and then you play the cards that you have. So perhaps, yes, maybe there were issues and someone said, you know what, just let those issues boil. Because remember the president said that he consumes raw intelligence, right? So maybe he knew way before we even knew as a public that Dr. Fred Matiang'i will run for president. And he said, okay, so I see where this guy is coming from, and I know how perhaps at one point I will clip him at the knees, and I will use people such as Nyaribo. So wacha mheshimiwa Nyaribo endelee tu na maisha yake venye anaendelea, lakini kuna wakati unakuja.
This friend of yours who created this meme and their conspiracy.
Right.
Conspiracies for them to work need to be believable. This one is far-fetched.
Okay. All right.
It ignores everything that was happening in that county. Anything and everything. Nyaribo was the deputy of Magaranga, I think, whatever his name was, the gentleman who passed away.
Okay.
All right? There were issues that particular county has had issues galore. Ni kama zinafuatana. Okay? So, anyway.
But are you saying that it is an impossibility?
Far-fetched.
But is it an impossibility?
Far-fetched.
CT.
I've already answered your question. It's far-fetched. This is a Hollywood script and not a good one. It's for a B movie or something, not one of these blockbuster award-winning movies. For it to be so, the truth must be palpable. Then you put the twist. This one, the truth is not even palpable. There are very many people who did not like Nyaribo in that county, but that is not uncommon. Governors have problems with the MCAs. It's not uncommon. And we've been told here.
Yes.
It rarely has anything to do with governance. It is a question of the county assembly members wanting things to happen in a certain way. And whether it is that the governor has the backbone, such as the one that Kivuta Kibwana had, where they tell them, the whole lot of you go suck a lemon. Yes.
Haya. Mimi nakwambia City.
Yes.
Hii Kenya yetu hii. Conspiracy theories can actually be more realistic than you think.
I do not mean to say that conspiracy theories by their nature necessarily represent a falsehood.
Yes.
I'm just saying it is far-fetched.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. There's an inquest here. Inquest into Professor Walibora's death begins with police witness. A court in Nairobi has begun hearing an inquest into the death of well-known writer and former Nation Media Group journalist Professor Ken Walibora, opening with a police officer's account of how he was found lying injured on the road moments after a hit and run. The session on Wednesday marked the start of a process aimed at piecing together what happened on the day he was fatally struck near the Machakos Country Bus Park. Corporal Mwanagisi Hilal, the first witness to take the stand, told the magistrate that she was carrying out her normal traffic duties on April 10th of 2020 when she was alerted that a pedestrian had been knocked down. She rushed to the scene and found Professor Walibora on the ground, surrounded by members of the public who were trying to help. The officer said the writer was in deep pain when she arrived. Witnesses at the scene informed her that the vehicle involved was a speeding minibus that fled immediately after the crash. She explained that by the time she got there, the matatu had already disappeared, and those present could only describe how fast it was moving before it hit him. Hilal told the court that their efforts to get the injured author to hospital were slowed by heavy traffic at the bus stage. She said that they struggled to find a vehicle that could reach him easily due to the congestion around the area. He was eventually taken to hospital but later passed away while receiving treatment. So in case you're wondering who's this Professor Walibora authored the popular book Siku Njema and many other works, and he died at the age of 56. His death drew widespread calls for a full explanation of what happened in the moments leading to his passing. The court will reconvene for the next session of the inquest. This death of Professor Walibora, for me, I was really shocked because he was, first of all, he took a downtown Nairobi. I was just, but for me, I didn't think it's abnormal for Professor Walibora to be there. But a lot of people are asking why he was there, why was he walking, maswali tu mengi ambayo alikuwa naibua hisia tofauti. But City, what do you make of this conversation?
If you let me just read for you some of the things that came about, okay? It is said that this happened in 2020 in 10th April on Landis Road, okay? And they said that a good Samaritan rushed him to Kenyatta Hospital, but because he had no ID, was logged in as an adult, unknown African adult. Okay? He suffered severe head injuries, and after several hours in the emergency ward, during which an ICU bed was unavailable, he passed around 1 a.m. the next day. Meaning, yes.
There was an opportunity to save him.
Yes, there was.
Sufficient time.
Yes, there was.
Hours, to be precise.
Yes, but he was just sitting. He was there in the emergency. And yes, he needed, because there was no ICU bed. So, in the absence of an ICU bed, they could not transfer him to another hospital, or there was nothing they could do in a hospital like Kenyatta. Anyway, they say that one of the problems they had is his death sparked public inquest, with some reports mentioning possible stab wounds and delayed medical attention, which I've already mentioned. But the official cause remains the road traffic accident. He left behind a rich legacy of more than 40 books, among which Siku Njema. Okay?
Wait, you mentioned stab wounds.
There are mentions. The time when he was taken to hospital and the time when he died, there's a lapse there. Okay? He was there for several hours and he was alive by the time he passed away at the following day.
1 a.m. ni 1 usiku.
1 asubuhi the following day, but he had been taken long before that, and it was there for several hours. So the question is, why did he not get treatment?
Okay. I've never really had an opportunity to take someone to the emergency room at Kenyatta National Hospital. I wouldn't imagine the procedure there, how it's done and what happens, how they receive you, and how they determine who waits for what bed. What is like, do they look at huyu akona head injury, huyu tunapeleke saizi, huyu akona chest injury, huyu anahitaji saizi, huyu ni mguu, mpatieni painkiller morphine pale akingojanga.
The procedure isn't a Kenyatta National Hospital procedure. These are standard medical procedures about an accident. That's why it's called an accident ward, meaning somebody who has been injured in an accident, you're taken there for examination and for determination as to what treatment you should get. Okay? That's why you have trauma experts, you have accident experts, people who look and determine that this is an individual who needs this sort of care and attention.
Bottom line, what we are saying is that Professor Walibora could have been saved. There
is the likelihood that had the requisite care that is needed for him, was it provided, then he would have been alive. You see, when one talks about a functioning health system, it takes somebody well known, like this gentleman, who was a massive and a huge champion for the Swahili language, to pass away, for this to come to the fore. When you have a faulty health system, people who need not die. Now, this is a huge loss. Every human life is a huge loss. But somebody like this, who was at the peak of his career.
56.
Peak of his career, the person passes away. He was found he had been hit. This guy had been robbed clearly. He had no ID whatsoever on him. Not possible, really. Not possible. Not possible. No.
So someone took his wallet.
And they're saying hit and run because he had injuries. If you fall down, you'll have head injuries. If someone stabs you and you fall the way a log collapses, you will have head injuries.
So are we saying that perhaps this van minibus that dropped him, that knocked him down rather, perhaps didn't knock him, perhaps just dumped him in there?
See, this is the whole case. Hit and run means the person who hit him took off. It's a good Samaritan, according to the story, that then took him to hospital. Somebody looked and said, hey, this person. All right. What I'm saying is, there is so much mystery around the death of this person. Mara, he was on Landis Road. Another one, the stories first came about that it was somewhere in Australia. Another one, it was The moment you have conflicting reports about a story and where that person was, it brings into question how that person dies immediately. Is he omnipresent? How could he be at several places at the same time?
One last story haraka before we get traffic. SUPKEM signs 3-year Islamic cooperation program with Saudi Arabia. The Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims, SUPKEM, signed a landmark 3-year executive program for cooperation in Islamic affairs with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on Wednesday. It aims to strengthen religious cooperation, enhance Islamic education, and promote moderation within the Muslim community. The agreement was signed on behalf of SUPKEM by its national chairman Hassan Olenado, alongside Dr. Abdulatif bin Abdulaziz Al Sheikh, Minister of Islamic Affairs, Dawah and Guidance of Saudi Arabia. The partnership is designed to foster authentic dawah, enhance the capacity of religious leaders and institutions in Kenya, and combat extremism. Chairman Olenado expressed deep gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its continued support of the Kenyan Muslim community. This is what Olenado said. We sincerely thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud and His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. We pray that his partnership will benefit citizens of both nations and strengthen the Muslim community at large. Yeah, so they have this Islamic cooperation program with Saudi Arabia. Good stuff, and we wish them all the best as far as that cooperation is concerned. Now, it was signed on behalf of SUPKEM by the national chairman. A few days ago, I think we read Olenado was facing some issues within his own organization, that is SUPKEM. But it looks like it's not going to mar any progress as far as the organization is concerned, which is a good thing. So that brings us to the end of the website check. That is radiogeneration.co.ke. If you want to read more stories, you can check it out. Right now, though, I want to check out the traffic in Nairobi. Huyo ni nani tena?
Traffic.
That was definitely not traffic, but this is the traffic update. Ngong Road looking fairly good at this particular hour. However, few pockets of traffic. For instance, Ring Road Kilimani kawaida hapo mnakuanga na traffic nyingi, but I guess this is because it also leads into several residential areas, and then of course it is the main road that leads into the Kibera slum. So that one is definitely going to have issues. Kibera Drive though looking good at this particular hour. Hapa ni barabara inajulikana kama Ole Dume Road. Iko na traffic kidogo tu. Then if you go further up towards Ngong, this is Naivasha Road, where it joins Junction Mall and Ngong Road itself. Their traffic is really serious, but moving nonetheless. And then ini barabara gani? Mugo Kibiru Drive, kule kuna traffic kiasi. Kindaruma Road as well, traffic as you're joining Ngong Road, but the rest of the places look absolutely good and cool. We're looking at Upper Hill area, also traffic not much in that particular area. However, the roundabout at Bunyala intersection where it meets Uhuru Highway, a little bit of traffic there. Haile Selassie as well, where it meets Uhuru Highway, traffic because of the roundabout. Lusaka Road looking good. Jogoo Road not looking bad at this particular minute. However, if you go further down towards Makadara, Low Court, Makadara Railway Station, hapo kuna traffic kidogo. Jogoo Road, the rest of Jogoo Road rather, inakaa iko sawa sawa, hamna complaints zozote. Manyanja Road, traffic imeshikamana pale as you're joining Outer Ring Road, so that means it's bumper to bumper only at that particular area, but the rest of the road is looking good. Donholm Savannah Road, clear, but up until where you are joining Outer Ring Road. So basically, the traffic here is at the junctions. However, there's a road that doesn't have a junction here, but it's still bumper to bumper. This is the area between Feather as you're heading towards Golden Eagles Sports Academy, still on Outer Ring Road. That entire stretch is bumper to bumper. Airport North Road, yote bumper to bumper at this particular juncture. It starts from the African Express Airways, heading all the way to what was formerly Taj Mall. That particular area currently bumper to bumper, but everything else is moving quite fine. Let me see what's happening in Mombasa. Watu wa Mombasa mwambaje, mko na shida yote, mmeshikamana katika trafiki ama mnasonga unyo? Nikiangalia sehemu za Bombolulu hamna complaints zote, but katika island yenyewe nikiangalia kuna sehemu moja pale inaitwa Ronongala Street pale bumper to bumper, Sabasaba Sega Road huko mmeshikamana, Ibrahim Road pale mmeshikamana pia. Nikiangalia Hamid Coaches pale zinachukuliwa ukielekea Biashara Street, hiyo barabara pia imeshikamana, lakini sehemu zingine zote zinakaa ziko shwari, hamna complaints zote. Lakini wajua mahali tunipata in case kuna shida yote, na ungependa niambie wananchi. Kwa sasa turudi katika magazeti.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Daily Nation. How opposition lost Malava and Mbeere North. The Mbeere North and Malava constituency seats seemed the best bets for opposition candidates, but the ruling party won both, albeit with narrow margins. Besides, the heavy state machinery, past voting patterns, clan politics, and population dynamics influenced the outcome of the polls. Something we also mentioned here yesterday. We were talking about, the clanism that is playing directly into our politics and who exactly we decide to be our leaders. So here they say Gachagua stirs up a storm. Tensions have risen in the united opposition with controversial remarks by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua rocking the outfit that is planning to fill the joint presidential candidate against President William Ruto in the next general election. They are saying that we should see this story in page 10. MCA's blunder hands Nyaribo easy Senate win. Again, that story is on page 8. Sacred Prophets inside thriving Holy Communion business. What do you mean? This story is on page 3. I'll revisit that one for sure. Witness links priestess to Shakahola Bizarro cults. New testimony has thrust Charlene Anido into sharper focus in the massacre of hundreds of followers of the Doomsday cults. Daily Nation page 8. 58,000 more teachers are needed in senior school. That story is on page 12. As far as the Daily Nation is concerned, that's where we take a stop. Tukiangalia Standard, Mbijiwe, dead or alive? That's the question they're asking. For more than 4 years, the family of missing security analyst Mwenda Mbijiwe has lived in agony. Now, a high court order summoning Kenya's top police chiefs has reopened old wounds and raised new questions. As his mother collapses under the weight of despair, the state is finally being forced to explain how a man allegedly seized by police could vanish without a trace in a country where enforced disappearances have become chillingly routine. So key dates here include June 12th of 2021. Mwenda Mbijiwe was picked by people his relatives say were police on Thika Road in Nairobi while on his way to Meru. And then December 16th, the Inspector General of Police and DCI boss are expected in court to explain the analyst's whereabouts. So December 16th of this particular year. Justice Martin Muya says, I have considered the application made by both sides and therefore order the second and third respondents, that is IG and the DCI, to appear in court physically on December 16th, 2025 to explain the whereabouts of Mbijiwe.
This I want to see. I would like to see the IG and the other DCI appearing. I would really like to see.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Whether they're going to live by example.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
As people who are supposed to maintain the law and offer security, whether they will adhere to the rules of or the dictates of our laws.
Over to you.
Right. Let me look at the Star.
Please do.
Let me look at the Business Daily. Okay. As the continent continues to attract global attention, it is time to move beyond stereotypes and see country risk through a more balanced lens. John B. Okumu. This is a quote that is taken from an article that's written by J.B. Okumu, and this story is on page 9 of the Business Daily. Africa's country risk is not always what it seems. Although local investors can only challenge doing business in the continent, they also see opportunities. Okay? Yes, meaning these yardsticks that are used in order to determine the economic strength and weaknesses of the continent, should we really look at them and ask whether they really represent what we actually are? Okay? Imports record fastest growing Kenya power source of electricity. Imports recorded the fastest growth of all sources of electricity supplied to Kenya Power in the year ended 2025. I don't understand this story, but we'll look at it. Lobby issues sues over EAPC's Tanzania firm takeover. Really? The Consumer Federal of Kenya, sorry, let me read it again. I'm reading my own things. Let me read what is actually written.
All right.
The Consumer Federation of Kenya has filed a lawsuit seeking to stop the National Social Security Fund, the planned sale of its 27 parent stakes in East African Portland Cement, oh dear, to Kalahari Cement Limited, a Tanzanian-linked firm. Okay. World Bank says Kenya has failed to tame spending. Kenya risks missing its fiscal consolidation targets in the medium term due to its inability to cut its fixed recurrent budget costs, undermining the country's ability to invest in job-creating development projects and depress revenue growth. Really? Really? Okay, and that is the reason why we are unable to create jobs and all these things. I disagree. But we'll get into that. I disagree. If this is indeed what the World Bank has said,
yes.
No, that doesn't make sense. 15 billion lecturers, teachers allocation top in fresh mini budget. Okay? The Treasury is lining up its first mini budget for the current fiscal year, triggered by expenditure revisions in several sectors, including 15 billion for lecturers and teachers insurance. Sawa? Bang in the middle of the paper. State set for 245 billion windfall from sale of Safaricom stake. Really? Treasury has drawn 550 billion dividend since telco listing. Since. Lot of money. Okay? Deal to help ease fiscal pressure amidst debt load. I don't agree. The state is planning to offload a 15% stake, in Safaricom to South Africa's Vodacom Group in a deal that will raise 244 billion for the exchequer to ease dependence on debt to fund its budget deficit. And once you've sold it, it's a one-off. And so once we ease that deficit, we're easing it for that financial year and for that budget. What happens the next year? Are we selling this thing off while ignoring what it is that stake gives us on a yearly basis?
Yeah.
How many years will it take for us to raise 244 billion from whatever it is that we earn from that 15% stake? If these questions are not answered, then that particular sale is not worth the paper it is written, the story is written on. Yes, but let me read on. For the exchequer to ease dependence on debt to fund its budget deficit, the Business Daily has learned the amount comprised of 204 billion for the 6 billion shares to be sold at a price of 34 shillings each and an advance dividend of 40 billion. The 204 billion is substantially higher than the 169 billion that the stake would have drawn from the market price if Safaricom shares as of Wednesdays. The advance dividend to the National Treasury amounts to a hefty 6.6% share. Safaricom is expected to declare interim dividend early this year. It continues to cash dividends to shareholders. This story doesn't make sense. Doesn't.
Imekata.
If we are already realizing value. Value is a factor of the profits that this company makes. Users of the service increase as the population of this country increases. So it means whatever it is Safaricom makes, as we've been seeing, it keeps increasing. If we own 6 million shares, it means whatever we will earn will also be more. So this option I understand because we're talking 245 billion. But is this the best option? Investments are not supposed to give you immediate cash. They are supposed to be a steady flow of income over a period of time. That's the whole point. I don't honestly understand. I understand what we need money for. That I understand. But this I do not understand.
Kidogo inaleta utatanishi maswala
mingi.
Maswala nyeti.
Mingi.
No, but anyway, I totally agree with you.
Okay. On the top right hand corner of the news, AI system flaws push Shah into chaos, MPs say in explosive report. Apparently, if you read this report, among the things that the MPs pointed out, that the AIs used to crunch numbers were fake. Because they were fake, what was being relied on to crunch the numbers on which decisions were made within Shah guaranteed that there'd be faulty outcomes. I am summarizing what that particular report talks about. But again, that is their report. We are going to take the view that they did do a deep dive into this and came up with this report, having asked relevant questions over a period of time, and that is what it is they came up with. Nzao Musao, this is in an opinion piece. C.S. Kabogo, here's what you need to know about the freedom of the press. The Editors Guild held a come we meet and talk and discuss our affairs in Kikambala, a conference, and Kabogo, as a Minister for Digital Affairs, etc., was invited. And among the things that brought about the ire and what Nzao Musao is talking about is a comment that is attributed to the minister. And this is what it is said. He said that if you're a private entity and you're in the media, and here I paraphrase, do not expect that if you write or document hard-hitting commentary or negative commentary about the government, that the government will pay you. Okay, that is the quotation.
You can get that on page 16, eh?
Yeah, page 16
of the Star.
Right. Camry reports Africa's first superbug gene in Kisii. Kenyan scientists have for the first time detected a gene that can make bacteria resistant to nearly all major antibiotics. Although the feared gene has been isolated in other countries, this is the first time it has been found within Africa. The NDM-6, New Delhi Metrolol Beta Lactamase 6. God Almighty.
I'm sorry. Siti lakini achana na hiyo. It is the NDMA6, which stands for New Delhi Metallo-beta-lactamase 6.
Okay, they took this from a 50-year-old woman admitted with a severe breast infection in Kisii County. Got you, as they say. Britain fights MP's report on Batuk atrocities. The British government, has fought assertions by MPs that its military training unit in Kenya, Batuk, is out of control. In a statement, London pushed back against what it sees as a one-sided report that alleged a pattern of atrocities and misconduct. This followed a recent publication of a hard-hitting inquiry by the National Assembly Defense Committee. Bang in the middle of the paper, ex-DP tells allies he will concentrate on building his party. The quote is on page 7, the story. I will not work for you, Rigiji tells opposition. Good for you then. Then there's a picture of the Odinga family, and this is the Requiem Mass held at Consolata Shrine yesterday of the passing away of Beryl Akinyi Odinga. The picture, the brother, Dr. Oburu Odinga, and Dr. Wenwa Akinyi and Ruth Odinga are next to the coffin. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, if we can just revisit this one story here. Ex-DP tells allies that he will concentrate on building his party. I will not work for you, Rigiji tells opposition. Is he suggesting that perhaps he's been working harder than the rest of the United Opposition principles?
He is treading on a path well trodden. He may not know this, or if he does, and his statements are intentional and they're purposeful and they have direction. He has begun a march. If his statements reflect the true nature of our politics, then he's either marching towards obscure oblivion or
towards government.
Or not necessarily government, but towards a position of strength where he's somebody whom one has to refer to when one is talking about Kenyan politics. But it's early days yet. What I do know is that if I want to look at the numeracy or the times in which we have utterances attributed to the immediate former deputy president, that speed, that veracity, that quantity of utterances don't serve you well. Sooner rather than later, you'll tie your tongue around your own neck. Yes.
So here's my theory. Again, let me just remind people that I am not a political pundit, but what I'm looking at here is perhaps a situation whereby former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua might actually be trying to tell these guys, by the way, if you don't style up, I might as well just, join the president and go back home, for lack of a better word.
As far as conspiracy theorizing goes, that is an excellent conspiracy theory.
Yeah, you think it's a plausible one?
Yes, it's creditworthy.
It's
not far-fetched.
Because perhaps what happened during the by-election, what he noticed is, we might have all the noise, all the slogans, perhaps even the best of the best slogans, but when it comes to delivering on the ground, there is no one who we can match up to apart from this guy called William Samoei Ruto.
Maybe.
And he looked at his opposition friends. He looked at Kalonzo akasema, hata tukipata Ukambani yote, of which it looks like Kalonzo has locked Ukambani. Tukipata Kisii yote, which it looks like Dr. Matiang'i has locked Kisii. Tukipata nani mwingine ako opposition? Wamalwa, perhaps hiyo sehemu hatuja lock. Tukiangalia wapi kwingine,
your space iko independent, bro.
Hiyo space akarealize perhaps hawa Waluya tulikuwa nadhani tuko nao.
No. Our Bukusu.
Ni Wabukusu, to be specific. Yes. Okay. Ni kama hapo hatuko. Na kama hawa hatuna, maybe pia the larger Luya nation hatuko nayo.
Then there's Martha Karua in that particular mix.
There is Martha Karua, but let's not forget Martha Karua is from the central region, aka the mountain, and also we have Rigiji from the same mountain. Then he has realized, if we do not have Mbere, which is just a constituency, my friend,
they have JB Muturi.
Yes, if JB Muturi doesn't have Mbere,
no, but he has influence, man.
He has influence, bro. You know what I'm trying to say is, perhaps this guy is doing mathematics. It's like someone who's trying to gamble. He's looking for a sure win.
Is he really gambling?
I think he is. Right now, everyone is gambling.
Really?
Yes. At this point in time, today is what? 4th of December 2025. Everyone is gambling. The only person who is not gambling here is the president, in my opinion.
Oh, no. If everybody's gambling, then even he is gambling.
When I say the president is not gambling, let me call him the defending champion, because he's already there. So he doesn't want to take gambles. Is going for the neck. He's going for the jugular. And he's like, if I am going for the jugular, I am doing everything. So he's not gambling. He's not habahatishati, can I have Kalonzo or not? No, it's either I have Kalonzo or I don't.
Okay, let me extend that theory of yours and suggest that a loss is often a greater opportunity for learning than a win. The pain that comes with a loss anchors you and cements your capacity to now think in ways that you had never thought before. Because you thought you had covered all your bases and it appears you hadn't.
Yep.
Rigiji may as well have found an opportunity to say something he has intended to say all along, but the opportunity had not presented itself, and it was not as comprehensive as it is now.
Yep.
It's a good opportunity that he has. The group that refers to itself as a united opposition.
I've now realized they're not united, but
they never were. Huh? It's a work in progress, and we understand that. We've had these works in progress for a long time. We've even had the works in progress disintegrate only to sort of like come back and to do the thing maybe some 8 years down the line.
Yeah.
So this is not new. It doesn't mean that they cannot at some point find a working formula that makes them a formidable force.
Yeah.
No, that you cannot rule that out. That may happen. And for all we know, it is these losses that may galvanize them in that direction. Because I anchor this particular discussion in the year when, around the time when Ford was formed, talking about the 90s, and the election that saw Jaramogi standing, that saw Matiba standing, that saw Moi standing, and then I look at a time further down the line where Ngilu also stood, Orengo stood, Raila stood. These are people in the opposition. What they then did was they divided the vote.
There's a time even Paul Mwite stood, right?
Yes.
Okay.
People stood. The opposition vote, if you tallied it, was more than the president's vote. But we didn't have a threshold of 50+1.
Yes.
So the president sailed through Okay? Some say, oh, it was only the 9%. Chief, that was our constitution. That was our constitutional requirement. He won. Full stop. Stop quibbling about the figures. There was no 2010 constitution.
Yeah.
We have a 2010 constitution. The pattern is beginning to follow that particular period of time.
Yes.
There's this group they call the opposition. This one, they've even added the word united to it. And lo and behold, we seem to be moving forward.
Yeah.
And we're observing keenly how we are moving forward. Yes.
Like I said, again, I'll go back to something I said at the beginning of the show about Mheshimiwa Nyaribo. Perhaps, like I said, the only person who's not gambling here is President Ruto. And yes, you said it is far-fetched, but
far-fetched was the other one. Far-fetched was what you were talking about earlier on, that conspiracy about Mbere. That was far-fetched. This one about the president gambling, I did not say it is far-fetched.
No. What I'm saying, what you said about, when I said that Nyaribo, the governor, it was set up by Gava so that they can swoop in and save him, you said that is far-fetched.
That is definitely far-fetched.
Yeah. So if I'm remotely right, and they are orchestrating this whole situation.
Who?
See, UDA through the president.
How exactly, Paul? I want to be a believer.
I am not
going to put on my skeptical hat.
Okay.
This is an open mind. Explain to me.
Ndio ninakwambia, and I start by saying that I am not a pundit as far as these things are concerned, but with my mwananchi mind.
You want to theorize?
With my mwananchi mind. Kama president hataki kugamble, of course anaangalia njia zote na mbinu zote za kumaliza opposition, upinzani, si ndio? Hii united opposition hii penye atawa divide. Already politically he seems to be dividing them. Why? Because we can now see what happened in Mbere and in Malava and perhaps in other places. Yeah, what and that alone has literally hit the opposition, and perhaps now the opposition has gone back to reorganize itself and see, okay, so clearly this whole sloganeering thing is not working. What else do we have in our ammunition that we can use against this president? So what do they have? They shall tell us if at all they find it. Now, going back to former deputy president rather Rigiji, ameamua sasa kuambia opposition, guys, it looks like in the opposition I'm the one who's working, because if you're being honest, he's the most vocal of them all.
So being vocal means you're working.
He's the most vocal of them all. Kalonzo is not as vocal as Rigiji is.
Does it mean Kalonzo is not working?
Martha Karua, it doesn't mean that he's not working, but Martha Karua is not as vocal as Rigiji is. Wamalwa is not as vocal as Rigiji, and all the others that I keep forgetting are not as vocal as Rigiji is. So perhaps Rigiji feels at this point, guys, it's like I'm the only one who's shouting here. It's like, and by...
When was it a shouting match?
Exactly. Sasa unaona, maybe ndio wanamwambia, bro, we need a better strategy than just calling people names and going around the country trying to sell this whole regional politics. We need to figure out a different strategy, because the president is beating them at every corner, at every turn, including and not limited to my conspiracy on setting up governors and swooping in to save them. That, again, is just a conspiracy. Let me just read a few comments here from Pwani Economic Revolution. Nasema, the conspiracy theory story seems to have begun with a conclusion. A series of miscs and random happenings were then fitted to try and justify the message. Perhaps. Leon Kenya anasema, he is working for President William Ruto. Does it mean that Rigiji is working for the president?
That is a theory, again, that falls into the category of the conspiracy theories that you yourself have been mentioning. The thing is this.
Yeah.
At this moment in time, there'll be many people who will claim to be pundits. But this we said. Long before the by-election, we said there are people who are going to come and explain this thing. Some are going to have saliva drying up in their mouth as they explain this thing, and each giving their twist on what they think is happening. The great arbiter in this situation is time.
Yes. Kuna jamaa hapa amesema, my take 2 point amesema, the most useless opposition ever, no strategy whatsoever, and now they are desperate. Even the statements just show desperation. It is amazing how obsessed they are with ODM in particular. And then lastly, Leon Kenya anasema, well said CT. Oh yeah, no, there's the last one by my take. And I said, the fate of the opposition was sealed the day ODM joined His Excellency WSR. Because of their lack of strategy, they did everything possible to drive ODM supporters to His Excellency WSR.
Paul, the only person in that group who has a proven track record of a support base that can guarantee some votes is Kalonzo. Full stop. Nobody else does.
Yes.
And proven because with the elections that he has supported Raila Odinga, we have seen his voter base coming in. And we have the numbers.
Okay.
The other individuals there do not have
nothing.
What Kalonzo has, they don't have.
Sikudanganyi city. Mimi sijui ni nani kwa hii United Opposition. Sijui ni nani, but ninajua kuna mtu ama watu watajoin WSR before the elections of 2027.
Okay.
Yeah. Sijui ni nani, lakini iko mtu.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Governor Amos Nyaribo has survived another impeachment attempt by the Nyamira County Assembly. This is after the Senate upheld a preliminary objection citing failure by the Nyamira County Assembly to meet the legal threshold required to remove a governor from office. 38 senators vowed to sustain the objection, while only 4 opposed it, effectively terminating the impeachment process on a technicality. Here's Senator Speaker Amason Kingi.
Now, Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes 38 votes, nays 4 votes, abstention 0. So the ayes have it. Now, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make regarding the effect of the vote on the motion on the preliminary objection. Now, Honorable Senators, the motion having been approved, the hearing on the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Amos Kimomi Nyaribo, Governor of Nyamira County, is hereby terminated.
A Kenyan woman, Mariam Ali, has been charged with 2 offenses under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. She is accused of receiving 1,922 shillings via mobile phone registered in her name, funds alleged to have originated from a Binance account linked to the Islamic State East Africa cell. Prosecutors said the 56-year-old from Jomvu, Mombasa County, knowingly handled property associated with a terrorist group, forming the basis of 2 counts, namely collecting property for terrorist purposes and dealing with funds controlled by a terrorist organization.
We wish for the court to note that the strength of the prosecution's case, a multi-agency has been pursuing these investigations. This is an international investigation where several jurisdictions come together to investigate this. Your Honor, we have a very strong case which we will present before you at the time of the hearing. And we pray that you look into that as you consider whether to grant bail or bond.
The ongoing search for answers over the disappearance of security analyst Mwenda Mbinjiwe has taken a new turn after the High Court directed Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and DCI Director Mohamed Amin to appear in person and address the matter. The order arises from long-running concerns that the case has dragged on without clear findings, leaving the family with no answers 4 years after he vanished. Justice Martin Muya issued the summons requiring the two to present themselves on December 16, 2025 at 11 a.m. Doctors in Machakos County are threatening to go on strike, accusing the county government of failing to honor a collective bargaining agreement signed last year. Lower Eastern KMPDU Chair Charles Okumu says the county has been dragging its feet on key commitments, including staff promotions and proper implementation of medical insurance for health workers. He warns that unless the issues are resolved, the union will mobilize its members to down their tools.
We have a colleague who is in the HDU we have another one in the ICU, we have a colleague who is waiting for surgery and they cannot have that surgery done for them. A very senior colleague suffered fracture of the leg the other day. They cannot even get care from any facility because Social Health Authority has to fund part of your care in whichever facility. If it is not paid by your employer, then you are stuck. You are stuck between yourself and your relatives and your colleague doctors.
3 teenagers were killed while their car skidded off the road in southern France, went through a wall and crashed upside down in a private pool, trapping them inside. The vehicle was a similar size to the pool, and the teenagers aged between 14, 15 and 19 were unable to open the doors and drowned. The freak accident occurred in the town of Etale in early hours of Wednesday. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Urban Soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. Siti Muga is in studio. We are hosting one Philip Etale in a short while. He's actually on his way. Ametuambia to keep the microphones warm for him. But also later on, we shall be hosting former CJ, that is David Maraga, who's also a presidential aspirant. Siti, Bwana CJ akifika hapa, tunafaa kumwita Your Honor ama is it my lord? Swali Siti nimekuuliza.
Justice, how are you?
So vinyo wanitonga my lord ni ya kotini.
Justice.
My lady. Kuna nasikianga pia, you know, the female justices being called my lady.
Justice.
Right. Sawa. Ningejipata nikisema so my lord. So I have this question. Philip Etale anakuja konjiani, and for you who's actually watching and commenting, thank you so much. There's a comment here I want to talk about, and I'm going to ask you, CT, because I already know the answer. We were actually told here, but Sungura Sajin Yonis anauliza, how come only governors are impeached?
No. What we have seen,
but there was a deputy president who was impeached, but yes,
precisely. Our law provides for impeachment of any elected leader. That is the truth. It's just that the governors are the ones we have seen who have been at the center of this storm for the longest time.
Yes. Pwani Economic Revolution anasema Rigiji has delighted us with juicy stories of what Ruto told him in private. Now he is confirming to us the ethnic demands he made of Ruto. You remember nimesema in the previous hour that someone is going to join opposition, and I said I don't know who, but if I look at the lineup of the united opposition, so we have Rigiji, we have Kalonzo, we have Matakarua, we have Wamalwa, we have Natembea, we have all these folks that are really bigwigs as far as contending for the presidency is concerned. And I can tell you for a fact, there's someone who's going to sit back there and say, hey, perhaps this thing, according to how it's going, if we look at the by-elections, number one, and then if you look at the ground, pia venye ground inasema, I do not know exactly what the ground is saying, but where I am, where I go for shopping, where I go to buy my mboga and sukuma wiki, where I go to buy my water, where I just go and chill with people and we talk, something is very clear. People are unhappy with their economic situation. Whether they are unhappy with whether they think rather that the leadership can change the economic situation, I think that is where now swala nyeti lipo. If they believe and think that whoever is currently in power can actually assist them, I kind of feel like they might be willing to go on with that particular trajectory. Because there's this issue of better the devil we know than the angel we don't. And I've been getting that feeling lately when I talk to people on the ground, because they say, these people are all the same. Ukipatia Kalonzo, ukipatia nani, and I'm like, so guys, what exactly are you saying? And for me, it comes off as a group of people who's probably not sure of the direction that they want to take. But anyway, we do have someone in studio who perhaps can help us answer that question. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our guest for this particular hour. It is none other than Philip Etale. Philip, a very good morning to you. And Paul Etenasan, I never got this chance to tell you, Paul, because I know the death of Baba was a big hit to you and your people.
Actually, to me, it was, I was really, because someone I've known for for half of my life, you know. We've been together, we've been very close. And even the last days of his, to his demise, we spoke, we had a hearty conversation. Like he always called me. Every time when he was in India, he would call me and tell me, I can see people on social media killing me before my time. There's a day he told me, I remember it was on Monday the 6th.
Right.
When some young men had come to the office, there's a lady who keeps posting a lot of stuff. So they'd read and they came. They were very sad and, you know, they looked like, you know, they'd lost it. So I told them, no, let me call him. So I put him on the speakerphone, and you know, he told them, I'm okay, I'm out of danger, and I'm done with the procedure
treatment. Yeah.
But you know, Philip, tell these people who are killing me before my time that I'm praying for them. And I actually posted that.
Right.
I posted what he told me verbatim. And I'm pretty sure wherever he is, he's praying for those people who killed him before his time. Anyway. Yeah. But actually, even 2 days, I remember Monday the 13th, he called me around 6:30
a.m.
Actually, I remember 6:45 in the evening.
Okay.
I was in the countryside. So he told me, Philip, how is Kenya? I told him it's good. People are really anxious to see you back, and you know, they expect that they would welcome you like they did when you had gone to America.
Yeah.
On hiatus. And they say, yeah, I'm coming back on Friday. I want that like Baba while you're away moment.
Yes.
And then on Wednesday in the morning, I received news that he had passed on. But yeah, it's the will of God and you accept it.
Right.
Actually, it's not easy. I'm pretty sure everyone says so. It's not easy to accept. In fact, people who are close to Baba always knew that he was almost near immortal, that he would never die.
I was one of those people. As much as I wasn't near Baba or close to Baba, for me, and we said it here even when we were announcing his passing, that I thought this guy was immortal. I was actually on air when Edna, our producer, came and whispered into my ear, and she told me, break this news right now. And when she told me that in my ear, I almost thought she was talking about someone else. I was like, wait, what do you mean? Live on air. Yeah. But yeah, I was one of those people who thought that Baba wouldn't die.
Yeah, sure. But it's the will of God. We accept it, and we know wherever he is, he's at peace.
Right.
Thank you for welcoming to the show again.
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. How is ODM now? Because so much is being said, but as their communications lead, you can give us an insight as to where ODM is and where it's heading.
ODM, as the late Baba used to say, is a movement. is a big, big movement. And even in his absence,
Yes.
it still is. Even whatever noise that you may be hearing from one place or the other, it's part of that anxiety, excitement, and the oomph that is the party, the ODM. You know, Baba held this party together. He was like the Ayatollah of this party. He would, whenever there were some issues, there was disenchantment from one corner, he would calm the storm using his wisdom. And when he passed on, actually many people did not expect him to die.
Right.
Because I remember on 2nd October, he invited me to a meeting at Serena where he was with Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, the Honorable Jeanette, the Honorable Rosa Buyu, there's the Honorable Irene Mayaka, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, who is the DPL, and the Executive Director, Duoro Ngwen, and myself. And he spoke so passionate about the party. He kept on saying that we need to hold together as a people of ODM. We need to make our dream come true, that one day we will win state power and guide this nation to greater heights of prosperity. He said it. And as he was postponing the ODM at 20 celebrations, he was like, sometimes you people need to learn to do things without me. It didn't hit me at that time. It was on the 2nd of October. Then on the 15th of October, I came to learn and to realize the import of what he meant. Learn to do things without me. Now he is not there. That without me is a reality. It has hit us. So whatever you can see is people in the party trying to fight for their space. The space is big.
Yes.
But everyone wants to jostle for that space. But I can say this without batting my eye, that the storm is going to come in the spirit of Baba, and whatever Baba envisioned for this party and the country, ODM is going to stand. ODM is going to be solid.
Yes.
ODM is going to be united.
We saw that division playing out really clearly during the by-elections that were held on Thursday last week, where we saw different ODM folks supporting different different candidates. And you would think that ODM would have, a single voice. Now, we understand that Kenya is a democracy, but of course there was that expectation. So what does this mean going forward for those folks who didn't toe the line, if I may use that phrase?
There's nothing like towing the line or going against the line. What it is that democracy has many consequences. Democracy is a mother of sanity. Democracy is a leader to good leadership. And as what you're witnessing today, even during the campaigns, in the by-elections, there are people who are, I've seen online that people are trolling even our SG, which is not right. The campaign was done in the best way that we could. And can you imagine all the 3 seats? Many people expected us to lose the Kaspool seat.
Really?
A lot of people are saying that online voters. That's why I'm saying many people, online voters, people who just troll people online, but they don't turn out to vote.
Okay.
young men who like throwing words here and there, trolling people, calling people names, would go online and say, Kasipul, ODM is losing. Even there's a former nominated senator who was bundled out of parliament by her party, who wrote in bold, black and white, that take it to the bank, ODM is going to lose Kasipul. And I can tell you, these are the things, you know, when something is big, people start throwing jabs at it. When you are humongous and you attract so many people, people will start hating on you. And that is ODM. People will start saying, oh, ODM is dying because Baba is not there. That is not the case. The by-election, the results of the by-elections in the three constituencies, Magarini, where Harrison Kombe won massively, Ugunja and Kasipul, are just a pointer to what we should expect in the coming years as we head into the 2027 general election. ODM is solid.
All right. Now,
and I can tell you, in 1992, I think I was a toddler then. I was in standard 7. 94, I think it was 94, 95. Our senior city here can remember
94
after the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga passed on, and there was these squabbles in the Ford Kenya party.
Yes, I by the year 94, I had been teaching for over a decade.
I was in Form 1 then. And as a student of history, but I love history a lot, and I read a lot about politics. That's why I was so much interested in politics. Even in my media time, I was a political news journalist, and I rose through the ranks to become a political news editor. So I used to read a lot about what happened in 1994 after the demise of the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. People fighting for their spaces within Ford Kenya.
Okay.
But whatever happened in 1994, you know, democracy was still very young then. We were just re-entered the political pluralism, and people are so excited about multi-party politics. But now, democracy has matured. So ODM, whatever happened in 1994 in Ford Kenya, cannot happen in ODM today. Because now, you know, then political parties were registered at the office of the Attorney General through the Registrar of Societies. Some small office somewhere. But now there's an institution called the Registrar of Political Parties, which is the custodian of all political parties. And you know the consequences of anything that can happen to a political party. You cannot just, you know, if you read the law, the Political Parties Act of 2015, it spells out everything that needs to be done for a political party to stand. So every politician knows what he or she should do within the pressings of a political party.
Okay. All right. Now, your political party, through your leader, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, came up with this 10-point agenda that, of course, was a collaboration between the KK government and ODM, now known as the broad-based government. I think it was 2 days ago.
Yes.
Actually 3 days ago.
Can see you really track me.
Lazima tukutrack. You wrote about the 10-point agenda of the Ruto-Raila agreement. So let me just read through haraka. Number 1, full implementation of NADCO report, inclusivity in governance, protect and strengthen devolution, economic investment in the youth, uphold integrity in leadership, safeguard right to peaceful assembly, audit and reduce national debts, fight corruption, raise and manage resources responsibly. Then, last but not least, protect sovereignty of the people. Why did you post this, Philip?
I was just reminding people of what the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was fighting for until his last breath. When the two principals, His Excellency the President, William Ruto, and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, may his soul continue resting in peace, sat down at the time when the country was on the brink of the precipice, when the young people of this country were pouring out on the streets, wailing, shouting, and demanding for change, they decided, let's put aside our political differences. For the sake of this country, what can we do to safeguard this country that has been in existence for over 60 years now? Can we just let it to die? No. And these 10 points, it was as a result of the outcry by the people on the streets, the young people who are shouting about the high cost of living, bad governance, disrespect to the rule of law, and so many things that were happening in government then, in the country. So, these 10 points, the reason why I reminded Kenyans about them, I happened to have attended a 3-day retreat by the committee that is overseeing the implementation of the 10-point agenda and the NADCO report, which is Christian has coined 10, chaired by the former Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the ODM party.
Okay.
It's a 5-member team. They invited me to share insights on how communication can be used to reach out to the people so that people can understand about this 10-point agenda. These 10 points that are very critical. The 10 points that Baba kept on talking about. I remember during the funeral of the great lady who is also named, I think city is named after her. Dr. Phoebe Muga Asio.
Right.
He said so passionately that we are in this broad-based government. We ain't going anywhere. But we want this 10-point agenda to be implemented to the fullest, so that people in the country can know that as they head into 2027 general election, the things that happened previously will not recur. We want to start afresh. We want to start anew as a country. And this can only happen if these 10 points are implemented. And number one is a full implementation of the NADCO report. You remember how many days, hours,
months,
I think it was about 5 months that was spent at the Bomas of Kenya, people talking about the issues that arose during the protests, 2023 protests, ile tunaambiwa ya sufuria, that we almost died up a pipeline. By the way, I vividly remember, even my book that I'm about to start writing, that particular scene has a whole chapter in my book.
Okay. How
I escaped it, because I was in that vehicle that that police officer was targeting. Yes. And I remember very well, we were squeezed in that vehicle, the famous KDD. And that was the heart of what we call Azimio TV. That's where our camera people were on top, and the entire crew was inside. So the first tear gas shattered the window screen. Then the windscreen. Then the second one now told us, now I think things are bad.
This might be the end.
Yes. And unfortunately, the driver panicked and he pressed the central lock. We struggled to get out of that vehicle. We tried to hit with our hands. It couldn't open. So one of my colleagues, called Felix, decided, no, I think there's a central. The driver had passed out, because he had choked in that.
There was, so tear gas had already filled the vehicle.
Yes.
And it was in the front seat.
Seat.
So you can't, from the back, you can't even reach. You can't even see.
Yes.
And you're struggling to breathe.
My colleague Morris Ochieng, aka Baggy,
Mdomo Baggy,
alikuwa meisha. So this colleague of mine, Felix, decided, no, I think this guy pressed the wrong button. So he went and unlocked it. That's how we got out. Me, I'm a survivor of COVID, so my lungs cannot survive such tension. I collapsed when I got out. Another friend of mine, colleague of mine called Ndiege, carried me literally into somebody's house. It was a shanty pale in Pipeline. That's a story for another day. You'll read it in my book. Now, so some of these things that people are shouting about,
Right.
high cost of living, poor governance, bad leadership, high-handedness, ethnicity in appointments. Then 2024, the Gen Zs came out in their thousands to show their disapproval of what was happening. So they decided, let us sit together. Let us decide to choose one thing. Can we let this country die? No. Let us put it on the right track. So if this report by the Kimani Ichung'wah and Junet Mohammed committee, the NADCO, can be implemented to the fullest,
Right.
I think we'll be on the right track. Then number 2, inclusivity in governance. We want to see young people being appointed to CS positions. And I think there's a young man who was appointed as a CS for water from Meru. I can't remember his name. I only met him once.
He's a CS for water.
CS for water.
Yes.
He has a name similar to mine as well.
Muga. Thank you. I think this name Muga belongs to great people. Now, I hope he is, because I hope he's doing wonderful things for the young people, because he represents the Gen Z in the cabinet.
He's a very sober, very sane individual.
Yes.
Who actually understands his ministry extremely well.
Correct.
Yes.
I saw him the other day with engineers on site, and he was instructing them. This is a shoddy job. He was telling them, no, what you are doing is not right. So I think he can do better. And we need more and more young people being brought on board. Fikrini Jacobs is there, representing the youth as a PS. We need also persons with disability in government. The last time we had a person with disability holding a senior position in government was the former PS, Mukobe. Mukobe from Western.
Yes.
The lady.
I remember her.
But now,
yes,
there's none. We need persons. And yesterday, during the International Day of People with Disabilities, they made it clear to the government, please, we want some of us to be included in government so that we can also participate in building this nation. That is inclusivity.
One thing I can give it to President Ruto is that, and especially at the PS level,
yes,
we have a good number of young people.
I can see.
We can increase it for sure,
yes,
but that one I'll give it to him.
Yeah, and I liked his quick reaction to the Gen Z outcry after the meeting with the Honorable Raila Odinga.
Right.
And he decided, okay, let us do this. If this will settle, will calm the storm, we can do it. And I believe going forward, a lot will be done to ensure that the youth, the minority, persons with disability, women are included in government. Yesterday I listened to the new president of Namibia, that southwest small country called Namibia.
Namibia is not small.
Yes.
It's not a small country.
Yes. The population is...
the population is tiny.
Yeah. It's tiny.
But
it's vast.
The size of the country is
the
huge.
land is huge.
People, few.
Yes. So she was saying how 57% of cabinet is dominated by women. And the government, the entire government, is ruled by women. The president is a woman.
Yeah.
The Speaker of the National Assembly is a woman. I think the Vice President is a woman.
Yes.
The Secretary General of the ruling party, SWAPO, is a woman.
I think even the Attorney General is a woman.
Yes, the Attorney General is a woman. So the Minister for Health, Minister for Finance, Minister for Lands and Settlement, Minister for International Foreign Affairs, they're women. That is what should be replicated in Kenya. Even if the president is a man, let us have women being given an opportunity to make decisions on how government is run. Okay. Let us have persons with disability on the table. Let us have the minority. Like the other day, the longest serving Sergeant at Arms of Parliament, Mr. Lekuta, retired. He comes from the tiniest community, which has a population of about 500 people.
The El Chamus?
The El Chamus from Baringo.
Yes.
A very small community. Whoever knew that a population of 500 people can produce the chief sergeant at arms of the National Assembly of Kenya?
We actually
we need that.
We hosted the PS in the State Department of Gender, and one thing we asked her is if this is now Umi Bashir. Yes. We asked her if the El Chamus are going to be, and she said that there's a plan to ensure that the El Chamus do not disappear from the map of Kenya.
Yes, the El Chamus. There's the Ogiek. There's that community in Coast. Is I think I've lost the name. It's a small one.
Okay.
It's not among the Mijikenda.
Are you talking about the ones who are given citizenship?
Yes.
Makonde.
Yes. The Makonde. People from Malawi. Yes, we need to empower such communities. Let them come in the limelight so that they can be part of this national cake.
Right.
And also, there's this other point that like what the Honorable Raila Odinga kept on talking about, protecting and strengthening devolution. And I'm sure wherever he is, if this is done to satisfaction, he'll be happy wherever he is, he'll rest in peace. Devolution was his, like it was his passion. And he kept on saying during devolution conferences, let us increase, let us embed this allocation that goes to counties in the constitution, because as it is now, it is not in law. The government can decide the amount of money they want to release to these devolved units. But if we increase it to 25% or 30% and put it in law, that it's mandatory that from the GDP, every financial year, these are 30% of the GDP goes to the devolved units.
Yeah.
That will strengthen devolution, because right now governors are struggling. You'll find people saying, there's no medicine in hospitals, staff have not been paid, but the money is controlled by the national government.
Yeah.
And the bureaucracies that are there, you'll find governors are confined in Nairobi all the time, in the Ministry of Treasury, going to the control of budget. I don't know to do what. They're always in Nairobi when they're supposed to be on the ground serving the people. Okay. It should be clear and in law that every financial year we have 30% of the money going to the devolved units, so that governors can work effectively. They can equip hospitals and health centers. They can ensure that there's good service delivery to the people. That is what Baba has been fighting for until his last breath. Let us give him that honor by ensuring that this is done.
I have a question, and I will ask it because it has also been asked by one of the people that commented after you posted this. This is the Atheists in Kenya Society. And this is what they've asked. Philip, are you sure that Ruto believes in Agenda 3, 4, and 5? So Agenda 3 is protect and strengthen devolution.
Yes.
4 is economic investment in the youth. And then 5 is uphold integrity in leadership. Let's just start with number 3, protect and strengthen devolution. You've said that Baba was passionate about it. But is the president passionate about it?
I'm pretty sure when they sat down to agree on this 10-point agenda, he knew that in the heart of hearts of Kenyans, this is what they want. So the president has no choice but to agree with what they agreed when they sat together, the two of them, even if one of them is not there. But he has to ensure that this is done. And I'm sure he knows and he believes in this. He has been talking about this, about strengthening devolution. His Excellency the President has been talking about supporting the county governments to achieve their obligations and fulfill their mandates without interference, which is also in law. So the president I know. I don't speak for him because I'm not his spokesperson.
Right.
But listening to what he has been saying in public, and also having attended some of the meetings about this the 10-point agenda, I know he believes in these 3 points: the strengthening of devolution, economic investment in youth. That's why we have, I think, Nyota, when he said during the funeral of the late Mzee Garissa, Mzee Maitha, the father to Governor of Kilifi, that the government has set aside 5 billion shillings to empower the youth. And they have come up with this program called Nyota. Yesterday, where I was in Manzoni, there was a youth workshop talking about the implementation of this Nyota program. And the youth are so excited. I happened to pop in and I listened to some of the discussions. Some of the youth saying that we have, in my region, we have received the amount, and some youths have started small-scale businesses, such kind of stuff. I think it's work in progress, and things are working. And that's why there's some relative calm across the country. Because something is being done somewhere to the satisfaction of those who are grieved before.
We shall have a time perhaps to talk with CS Oparanya on these issues of empowerment, because he's the one who's directly involved with the things like Nyota,
MSMEs,
Hustler Fund and all that. Now, on point number 5 that the atheists in Kenya are asking, uphold integrity in leadership. Integrity in leadership in this country of ours called Kenya has been a question whereby we probably do not have the answers that we would want. Integrity, of course, encompasses a lot of things, but one of the biggest issues we are facing in this country is corruption. Corruption has been a thorn in the flesh, and we see every single, like, even one of the things that ilipeleka vijana to the streets, the Gen Zs, was issues to do with corruption. They had issues even with CSs who are still in government at that particular time, and then they're still in government right now, on their flashy lifestyle, wastage in government, and so on and so forth. To be honest, we are seeing very little being done to ensure that that particular point is being sorted out. What would you say about it?
Matters to do with corruption. This is something that has been there since time immemorial. You remember during President Moi's time, when the first anti-corruption commission was set up, I think it was headed by John Haron Mwau.
Yes, it was.
Yes. It was something, I think you can expound on that, City.
You know,
Are you okay, City, now?
I am.
Okay.
It's, what often happens when you're sipping your tea, sometimes it goes into a certain passage that it wasn't intended to, and then it irritates the passage. So the coughing is the body now trying to regularize the irritation.
The irritation, yes.
The World Bank and the Bretton Woods institutions had raised this very, very same flag that we're talking about regarding corruption in the country. And one of the things that, among the many suggestions they have made over time, is for the country to have institutions that focus specifically on dealing with the problem we just said was consistently and continuing undermining the development progress of the country. That was how the anti-corruption entity was actually formed. Now, Harun Mwau, as you say correctly, was the first CEO of that particular entity. But it's paradoxical, because Harun Mwau at that particular time was somebody who allegedly was in the eye of investigators for very many activities that could not stand the stark glare of light. So, again, as I said, it was like you're setting something to catch something. And that raised issues. But it was a beginning. If you look at the progression of what we have in this country right now, are these independent institutions that we have. For instance, how did we arrive at an independent judiciary? It is for that reason. How did we arrive at an independent land commission? It is for that reason. How did we end up with a department that deals with the registration of political parties? all these proliferations of independent units. How did we arrive at a position where the police service is independent? All these things begin from a time it was acknowledged that unless these institutions are genuinely independent, then some of the progress that we wish to make, especially the fight against corruption, will actually be impossible. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I remember during that time, I was still a young person, very young. In 1999, thereabout, when there was this structural adjustment program, where you find the World Bank, the Bretton Woods institutions had imposed some conditionalities on government. You must do this, then we do this. You know, it's like.
Do you know it's very similar to what's happening now? Like this push to sell state corporations.
Yes.
It was the same thing they did then.
In the early.
Yes, in the 90s. Yes, it was the 90s.
Yes.
Well, essentially, the argument with the government had no business housing its employees because the government was the largest landowner. Second to them, I think, was the railways, then the Catholic Church. And not necessarily in that order, but these are entities that own large tracts of land.
Yes.
So the government decided to divest. They started selling off. Institutions like Nairobi University had huge tracts of land. Many institutions that belonged to the government had huge tracts of land.
Yeah.
But those pieces of land did not have individual titles. It was government land.
Yes.
And our laws at that time allowed the president to allocate land. He was not breaking the law.
Yes.
But it accelerated what we now see as land grabbing. It had begun in the previous time of Jomo Kenyatta, but there are people who argue there was more land than there were people. So people didn't really complain much. What these institutions have asked us to do to sort of like sort out the problems of our economy have actually taken us into more problems than they provide a solution. This, I keep saying, these solutions that they provide produce, in my opinion, the complete opposite effect of what they say it should produce. Chief of which is what they call the austerity measures. They have never worked anywhere on planet Earth. Never.
Yeah.
And yet they insist. You have an economy that is starving. When somebody is starving, what do they need?
Food.
Yeah, they're telling you, deny this person more food, then they will work.
Oh, yeah.
If our economy is suffering and you deny it money, that's austerity measures. How do you expect it to be revived? To revive the economy, you need to inject more money into it because it is the money that produces the economic activities that raise all these things that we talk about.
Absolutely.
Okay? Yes.
Yeah, to answer a question on that agenda on integrity, I think a lot has been done. I wouldn't say a lot, but something seems to be seen to be done. Like, you know, the passing by Parliament of, I remember that law. What was it called?
Which one? The law which
what does it do?
Aiming to cure?
The Conflict of Interest Act. The Conflict of Interest Act. I think it's a step in the right direction, so that it compels public officers not to engage in corruption. And you've seen as a result, some former governors have had their property being repossessed by government, so they can recover the money that was stolen. I wouldn't mention the names of those governors, but it's in public domain. So there's a lot. There's also to ensure that also county assemblies work independently.
Yeah.
You know, as it is now, before that law was passed, the County Assemblies Autonomy of County Assemblies Act, they used to depend on county governments. The speaker would go to the governor and start begging for money. We have this project, we need to go for benchmarking somewhere, please advance us some money. Now they'll be receiving money directly. So whatever they do with that money, if they misappropriate the money, they'll be held accountable as the county assemblies. I think that's a step in the right direction.
Going forward, perhaps we shall wait to see what happens. But even most recently, in this thing that we call the by-election, we saw a lot of meddling by members of the cabinet in the by-elections, and they were going against the public, the Public Ethics Act, and that is a conversation perhaps we shall have at a different time. But I honestly feel feel on that particular point, much more needs to be done apart from just seeing one individual and two just being, or there are issues, better properties being repossessed. Much more can and should be done. Yeah.
I think on the issue of by-elections, and my senior here can attest to it, when a by-election happens, it's always up for grabs by everyone, the opposition and government. So they will want to do anything and everything within their means to win.
But the integrity,
it's not like, I know,
should not be negotiable.
I know that needs to be worked on, and it's, I think, progressively.
Yes.
Kenya is still, that's why we are called third world country. We do things retrogressively. The law says public officers should not be engaged in campaigns. But that excitement, and
the law is the law.
I know the law is the law.
Yes.
That is why we are saying upholding the rule of law.
Exactly.
Going forward, I think such kind of things will be made.
Will they?
Mandatory.
Philip, we had this discussion yesterday.
Yeah.
We're with one Charles Nchai.
Yeah.
And again, he was arguing from a middle of the road perspective about the same issue.
Yes.
The IEBC has, among the many mandates it has, it is supposed to come up with a code of conduct, and they're supposed to implement it, and they're supposed to even enforce the outcomes of people who abrogate it. Now, is it difficult for the IEBC before a by-election or an election to flood the media or the airwaves with these codes of conduct that are expected?
It's not difficult.
It is not, so that everybody knows. So even when we're debating, our reference point will be the IEBC told us very clearly, these are things that must not be done. These are things, it's something they can do. There's the mandate of enforcement. Again, nobody expects IEBC officers to arrest people, but IEBC has the power to say we are nullifying this election.
Yes.
Okay? So they have very many things that they can actually do
within their mandate and the law.
They can even stop that process and say, given what we are seeing, we cannot continue. They're the ones in charge of the election, not those people who are running around calling people names and doing whatever it is. I'm simply saying this, that when we speak about the law, I am more hopeful than I hear many of the people I share this country with their citizens. The fact that we have the laws is the best thing that we have. You know why? That's why I can refer to it now. There are countries where they don't have this law. So it's all up for grabs. A free and fair election cannot include state officers participating in it, because already then it is skewed in one direction. Already. The might of the state is brought to bear on the election. That immediately makes it unfair. The whole idea of excluding these people is so that the people who want to contend, and I gave an example of those early days of the 90s when electioneering and campaigning was from one platform. The returning officer was the district commissioner. Everybody who was campaigning would come to that one platform, and as I say, unauza sera zako, you say what you want to say. That in many ways was an equal playing field. So every campaign that was required, a timetable was set, and the people who were campaigning came and spoke to the people. Now, we don't have that now. The issue regarding money and the issue regarding how it is we relate to money as a citizenry, there are those who will talk about our poverty, there are those who will talk about social pressures. The simple truth is this. We have morphed into a situation where we have normalized certain things. Voter bribery has been normalized. So in our heads, it's not even a crime. It is, the problem is if you don't give it, because people expect to be bribed. When we talk about our roads and when we have an offense, we see an offense as an inconvenience. We willingly pay a bribe so that the inconvenience can go away. How do we move away from this position where we've normalized very many things within our country? We've normalized them. We've even when we talk about them and people say, oh, we are going to fight against corruption, people are wondering, what are you talking about? And the reason why they're wondering what you're talking about, very many people in this country who are wealthy are people who worked for government. And the reason why laws like the conflict of interest laws come about is because the wealth they acquired over time was because they were doing business with government and using undue advantage because of the positions they had in government.
Yes.
You see? So this is where we are. And then when you talk about the businesses that we do, there's what we call crony capitalism. It's not fair competition at all. If I went to school and people from that school did well, went to university, got jobs in university, I have an advantage over very many people.
Sure.
Because I have an old boys network. All I'm saying is this. The fact that we have the law, that is what I pin my hope on. Because that law, for it to change, there has to be a fight. The biggest complaint we have against the members of parliament that we currently have is we donated a certain power to them and then they proceeded, they didn't donate it, they sold it. That is where we have a problem.
Oh, yeah.
So the dream of devolution as we anticipated is being whittled down in parliament as we see it by the very people who are supposed to champion for it. Yes.
And also the IBC, when it was reconstituted, I think they had a clear mandate to fix electoral injustices in Kenya. And that is what Kenyans expect of them.
Yeah.
Instead of commissioners coming out there with big English, discombobulating the masses with wordings and necessary innuendos, they need to come up with a code of ethics.
Yes.
So that whenever there's an election or a by-election like it was the other day, the players in that by-election conform to what they sign. You have to be compelled to sign some code of ethics.
Yes.
So that when you go down there, if you are involved in animal practice,
Right.
you are disqualified regardless of whichever party you belong. But you know, when you come to the public and start addressing the media, expressing your concerns and fears, you're not supposed to express your concerns and fears. You're supposed to stamp authority. Say, if you repeat this, we are going to disqualify you.
Yes.
Don't even give them a fine of 1 million. Give them a fine of 50 million so that they're unable to raise the money.
I think during the time of Isaac Hassan, when he was in charge of the IIEC then,
Yes.
he did, make some leaders sign a no to violence kind of...
That is what the IBC should be doing.
yes, I agree with you.
And I think when they came to office, and you can attest to this, they never had time to go for orientation, some seminars to train on how to manage elections. They just assumed office because of the shortness of time that we had for so many things that were in tray. They need to settle down, put their act together,
Yes.
and fix this nation.
Last but not least, a question here by one Omolo Geoff. Perhaps you saw this comment. Philip, tuambie tu ukweli. ODM people are now singing two-term, forgetting the 10-point agenda like Wanga. She never mentions that. To be honest, I kind of agree with Omolo here. Sijasikia much about this 10-point agenda ever since we laid Baba to rest.
Even the 10-point agenda is within the confines of a committee that is working on that. There's a committee that was appointed, which has alluded to.
Yes.
That is led by the Senator Agnes Zani. They have been left to work on this 10-point agenda. Go out to the masses, talk to the people, listen to them, gather views from the people through town hall meetings, one-on-one engagements, even through the media, so that they can come up with a concrete solution to the problems that arose during the protests.
Yes.
And it's a political process, but politicians have been advised to keep off,
Yes.
so that this committee can work independently as it's supposed to do.
Okay.
That's why you'll not hear the president meddling in whatever they are doing. You'll not hear the party leader of ODM now, the Dr. Oburu Oginga, meddling in their work. They are sitting independently to work on this. And when they come up with the report, that's when you will know the kind of work they would have done, what should be implemented as a quick one, and what should be implemented in the long term.
All right.
So we've left it to the committee. Politicians are not supposed to engage in this, to talk about it all the time, because it's work in progress. There's a committee that is working on this. They have the clear mandate. Work on this 10-point agenda. Find a way of ensuring that these 10 points are implemented and executed.
They were supposed actually to be giving us quarterly reports.
They are doing that.
So they will give us.
On tomorrow, 5th, I think 6th. 5th.
Yeah, tomorrow is 5th.
5th. They'll be giving out their second mini report, which they're working on. It will be presented to the two principals.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Philip Etale. Unfortunately, that's the time we had, but I'd like to invite you a second time, or rather another time, not a second one, but another time. Let's talk about these allegations of the president dismantling ODM. Tafadhali utakuja uweze
I can tell you for free, the president has no business trying to dismantle, to interfere with the running of ODM.
We shall talk about it, Philip. But thank you so much for gracing us with your presence.
Thank you very much for your time.
We take this short break. Then when we return, former CJ and former president of the Supreme Court, Justice David Maraga, is in the house. We shall be having a conversation with him in regards to his ambition to become the president of this great Republic of Kenya. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Nairobi lawyer, Chacha Mwita, has been charged with 2 counts of collecting money for the Commission on a Terrorist Act. Prosecutors told the court that Mwita received funds in 2 separate mobile money transfers, one in July and one in August 2024. Money they claim is linked to Islamic State East Africa cell. Mwita denied all charges. The court released him on 5 million shilling personal bond with 2 sureties of a similar amount as the case proceeds.
There is a high inducement. There is a very high incentive, There is a very high incentive on his part to adhere to orders issued by the court. As to do otherwise would be to put his life at risk. The accused person has everything to lose should he fail to adhere to the bail and bond terms that the court will impose.
Nyamira Governor Amos Nyaribo has called for peace and unity in the county after surviving an impeachment attempt. Speaking after the session ended in Senate, he called for truce in the county that has for months been rocked by infighting among its leadership. Nyaribo called on leaders to work together for the sake of the development in the county.
Kitu naweza sema ni kwamba kuanzia sasa watu waache mambo ya vitina, waache kuelekezwa na wengine. Kama iko kitu, wacha tushuruhishe huko nyumbani, tusikizane, tuelewane, ndio tuweze kuendesha Nyamira mbele. Hiyo naweza sema kwa saa hii, ndio naweza sema. Asanteni.
Tension in Isiolo has escalated after local leaders issued Samburu herders a 48-hour notice to leave grazing zones in Chari Ward, saying armed groups moved into the area without any agreement. The leaders said the presence of herders had worsened insecurity in parts of Merte sub-county, where attacks have continued for weeks. Governor Abdi Guyo and Woman Representative Mumina Bonaya said the situation needed urgent government attention, warning that more families could be exposed to danger if nothing is done.
Kama wanahitaji sehemu ya kulisha, wakae chini na wazee wa Chari wakubaliane. Lakini mambo ya kifua, mambo ya fujo, tumesema hatuwezi ruhusu na hatuwezi kubali watu wetu wanauliwa kiholela.
Wamesema serikali ichukue jukumu ya kurestore security sehemu, kwa sababu mambo ya security ni jukumu ya serikali kuu.
Unajua aliongea sehemu yetu inaanza kuwa sisi sasa.
President William Ruto arrived in Washington, D.C., USA on Wednesday to participate in a historic diplomatic moment for Great Lakes region. Ruto was received by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Among other senior government officials who are part of his delegation, Ruto is set to join Rwandan President Paul Kagame and the Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi later today for the official signing of the DRC-Rwanda peace agreement. The death toll from Hong Kong's worst fire in decades rose to 159 after all affected housing blocks were searched, police said on Wednesday, cautioning that the figure may not be final. The blaze last week engulfed one food court in the city's northern Tai Po district, becoming the world's deadliest residential building fire since 1980. Police said the number of deaths may still be revised as officers had found suspected human bones that required forensic testing. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Mikel Merino and Bukayo Saka scored as Arsenal beat Brentford to restore their 5-point lead at the top of the Premier League table. Manager Mikel Arteta made 3 changes to the side that drew with Chelsea on Sunday, with Ben White, Noni Madueke and captain Martin Odegaard coming in. It was White and Madueke who combined in the build-up on 11 minutes, with right-back White crossing for Arsenal's makeshift frontman Merino to head home. Merino has had to play regularly as Arsenal's frontman because of injuries to Kai Havertz, Gabriel Jesus and Victor Gyökeres, and his goal was his 13th in 2025. Real Madrid hammered Athletic Club 3-0 to end a 3-game winless run and move a point behind La Liga leaders Barcelona. But Trent Alexander-Arnold was one of the 2 important players to suffer an injury blow. Kylian Mbappe and Eduardo Camavinga put Xabi Alonso's side in control by halftime, before Mbappe scored his 16th league goal of the season to kill the contest. After providing his first assist since joining Real from Liverpool in the summer, Alexander-Arnold went off in an apparent leg issue in what was his 5th appearance since returning from a hamstring injury. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, and of course, I'm with Siti Muga in the studio. We are joined by the person we've been telling you about for the last couple of days that he was going to be joining us. I'm talking about none other than former Chief Justice David Maraga. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak to Kenyans and others.
Thank you for also honoring our invitation.
Yes.
One of the things that I've been meaning to ask you for a very long time, ever since you declared your bid to run for president, was, we've seen a lot of people in your position who've retired, wakena nyumbani, wakatulia, but you decided to run for president. Perhaps the question I'd ask is why?
Why?
Yes.
That's an interesting question. I've been asked that question very many times. Let's look at what we have in this country and the way the things are running, the way the government is running things. You know very well what happened in 2024.
Yes.
With the Gen Z protest. We had young people being killed. young people being kidnapped. We saw it. You saw those clips where some young people were shot outside Parliament.
Yes.
When I looked at that, I got horrified. And I was fearful, and I was asking myself, what is happening in our country? That is something I had never seen. I don't know if you had ever seen anything like that before. And I mean, I got quite worried. A few people I spoke to a few days after that were of the same view. We were saying, look, I mean, this is serious. If this goes on, we will not have a country.
Yeah.
And everybody was saying, look, something must be done. I was saying that something must be done.
Yeah.
And we had that conversation. At least did I know that anybody was thinking about me as one of, I mean, as the person who should do something.
Right.
And then later on, some friends go together and said, look, something must be done, and we think you should do it. I said, why? I mean, I've not been a politician. They said, look, leadership does not necessarily require politicians. There are many other people who are even in the private sector, who are great leaders.
Yes.
Leadership is somebody who can be depended upon, somebody who can guide, somebody who can work with other people and run a country.
Yes.
And the conversation started from there. Thereafter, I was met by a few groups of young people, and I made the decision to run because of what the country is. Or where the country is.
Right.
If you look around, and this didn't start last year, we have this culture of political impunity. Those in power sometimes think they are a law unto themselves. They trample upon people's rights, and they want to get away with it. They don't want to comply with the law, and as a result, they injure a number of people very, very badly.
Yes.
Court orders are not obeyed. We have seen cases where court orders have just been disregarded. And what does that mean? Somebody has gone to court for years, paid a lot of legal fees, struggled. Court has given him a judgment.
Right.
And those who are supposed to implement, or those who are supposed to satisfy the decree, just disregard the law. Then you ask yourself, if we are going to have a country where law is disregarded like that, it's now going to be like survival of what, as they say, survival of the fittest. But what does that mean? People will take up arms.
Yeah.
If you go to court and you get court orders and you are not being given any remedy, you will resort to violence, and that's what we don't want.
Yes.
Then come corruption. Corruption has been in this country, but it has never gotten as high as it is, in my view. The looting of public resources, left, right, and center, has left the country with no resources to run its affairs. What has that led to? It has led to borrowing, and borrowing heavily. Kenyans are now paying. I'm told it is getting to close to 70% of the national revenue. I mean, those, if they don't worry anybody, I mean, I got very, very concerned.
Yes.
And I thought that we should do something.
Yeah. A lot of people, political analysts and people who've been in this game for a very long time, and by game I mean politics, they have come out to say that CJ Maraga is the ideal president this country needs because of his track record on integrity and other issues. But that alone is not enough to help him win the presidency. I don't know what you think of such statements, because I'm certain you've heard of them.
Yes, they've said that. Look at who is saying that. Whether or not they would want to work with me. Anybody who feels like I'm going to be a threat to his position or to his group would say that. Those who want to maintain the status quo will not want a change. But if you talk to many Kenyans want fundamental change to the governance of this country. Fundamental change. It's not cosmetic change. We want fundamental change to the governance of this country.
Right.
And that's what I bring. I want. And I've said this many times. I will demand that everyone obeys the law, and to get everyone to obey the law, it will have to start with me as president. I will obey the law.
Yes.
If there are court decisions against me, I will appeal. If I reach the apex of the judicial process, I raise my hands and until Kenyans look, this is the decision which has been taken. Unhappy as I may be with it, I have to comply.
Yeah.
And tell all the officers working with me to obey. To obey the law.
September 21st, 2020, you advised the then President, Uhuru Kenyatta, to dissolve Parliament. And it was on the issue of the 2/3 gender rule.
Yes.
Now, walk us through the legal process of what would happen if that advice was followed. What would we have seen happening?
Oh, that's a very good question. What was at the issue?
Yes.
What was at the issue was a constitutional demand. You know, after the promulgation of the new constitution, there were what we call transitional provisions.
Yes.
Parliament was given 5 years to enact legislation to actualize the 2/3 gender rule. What is the 2/3 gender rule? The 2/3 gender rule demands that no appointative or elective positions should be occupied by more than 2/3 of one gender. In other words, if it's Parliament has got to have at least 1/3 of either gender. At least one third. So to be compliant. Parliament did not enact that legislation, and there was a provision in those transitional provisions that if Parliament doesn't, anybody can make an application to the Chief Justice, not to the Supreme Court, not to the High Court, not to the Court of Appeal, but to the Chief Justice as a person.
This is the Constitution.
This is the Constitution.
Yes.
And that is a provision that was directed to me. I had 8 petitions. I served the government with those petitions. Attorney General, I served the National Assembly, and I served the office of the President. And I told them, look, show me cause why I should not recommend that Parliament be dissolved as the Constitution requires. The Constitution requires that if a petition is made to the Chief Justice...
The threshold is 1 petition.
The threshold was 1 petition.
1 petition, and you had 8.
I had 8.
Okay.
So, and they came. So I allowed them, I gave them time. He said, write submissions and show me why I should not make the recommendation. They wrote. They were giving me excuses that they have tried. You know, it's 5 years.
Yes.
They had tried to implement that by legislation, and they hadn't. I didn't find any reasonable cause, so I followed the dictates of the Constitution.
And you recommended?
And I recommended. I finished my work.
So if you are faced with the same dilemma as president, so if Kenyans vote you in 2027 and you're faced with a similar dilemma, you will dissolve Parliament?
That will not arise because that provision has outlived its what?
Its mandate.
Its mandate. I mean, outlived its mandate in the sense that it is now more than not really. It has not.
Not quite.
It has not quite.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it is because the provision has not been made.
Right.
So it can still come. So I will not allow that to come. What I will do is make sure that my government complies with the law.
What I wanted to know, I mean, since we're talking about a legal process, if Parliament was dissolved, what actually would happen?
Go back to elections.
As simple as that.
Yeah.
There are people who fear that if Parliament is dissolved, this is what they imagine, that the country would actually grind to a halt. I know it won't. I personally know it will not grind to a halt. But would it then not set in motion a foundation on which now you can actually build not just the rule of law, but the import of the rule of law?
Come again?
If Parliament was actually dissolved,
yes,
would we then not have set a foundation that anchors the rule of law? Okay? The pivotal position the rule of law has, and in entrusting the rule of law, change the adherence to legal provisions in the country completely.
Exactly. You know, if Parliament was dissolved and we held elections, you can rest assured that the first agenda of the new Parliament would be
to adhere to the law.
Adhere to that, so that they don't get dissolved also.
Yeah.
And you know, that will make a huge statement. In my view, even my advisory alone made a statement. Whether it was not complied with, that's another person. I mean, it is not in my hands. Me, I did my job.
Justice, the reason why I bring up the issue is this. A lot of what I have read regarding your campaign has had to do with the rule of law. The adherence, ensuring that the fidelity towards this is actually entrenched. And it's against a backdrop of a country where that very fidelity to the law seems to be an anathema to our existence. The example starting with President Uhuru and the pronouncements that was made, followed by this current president with regard to pronouncements of the court, a complete disregard for a court pronouncement simply means you have gone against the law. So what we then saw was an entrenchment, or the beginning of an entrenchment of impunity, where the law is something that you treat as a suggestion. Some people even stated as such that, maybe they were suggesting. Court rulings are not suggestions. They're definitive.
Yeah.
Now, to my point, if we have a country where the mindset of the people has been to follow that disregard for the law, would a campaign that anchors itself on the rule of law not go against the very thinking and the very premise on which very many people anchor their lives in Kenya?
Yes, I see what you mean. Quite a number of people have suffered because of the disregard of the law.
Yes.
Let me tell you, you get assaulted by your neighbor, you go to the police, and you are taken in circles with nothing being done. I mean, you can see what I mean. Why? Because the person who has assaulted you has influence over the police, and they are not acting on that. In my view, my reading of the situation is that the Kenyans, a majority of the Kenyans, want us to have the rule of law followed. Want us to have the rule of law followed, where somebody's rights have been trampled upon and he gets court orders. Those court orders should be implemented. Those court orders should be executed so that it doesn't recur. In fact, it is in the interest of Kenyans, not only the litigant who has obtained the court order. It is in the interest of Kenyans generally that court orders are complied with, or rather the law is complied with. What do I mean by that? Because if, for example, a police officer assaulted an individual,
yes,
and is dismissed, is prosecuted, that will send a strong message to the other police officers not to do the same thing. So who has benefited? You can see the benefit is to the general public. So in my view, the Kenya, those who would not want the law to be followed are those who are in cartels, that are benefiting from the culture of impunity that we have. And I think they are in the minority. They are very few.
I agree that they are in the minority, but we have instituted, I was about to say a subculture, but it is a culture where we seem to allow impunity to thrive. However, there is a connection, a very direct connection with what we refer to as impunity, which manifests as corruption, the effect it has on the country. Two concurrent presidents have told us how much we lose on a daily basis as a result of corruption. And when you do the maths, we know what that could do. But the figures are huge, they're mind-boggling, and the connection between this thing that we accommodate called corruption and how it directly impacts the very development that we want. That as we accommodate these things, the very things that we want keep diminishing, and it is because we accommodate. How do you tie the economic benefits that are derived from adhering to the law? How do you communicate this?
Oh yes, that's extremely important. Because we have developed that culture of impunity, they go hand in hand with corruption.
Yes.
The kind of corruption we experience in this country is phenomenal. It is looting. It's actually not even stealing. It is looting of the public resources. When you get hundreds of millions being paid to ghost schools, hundreds of millions being paid to ghost hospitals and ghost workers, that should worry you. That is what I call budgeted corruption. You budget, you want so much to do ABCD, to give, to for Ministry of Education. And hundreds of millions are going to ghost schools, individuals' pockets. So we need to deal with that. The two of them, the rule of law and the fight against corruption, must go hand in hand. When you get the law obeyed, the accounting officers will know that you can't play around with public resources because the law will catch up with you, and you will have to be accountable, and you will have to go to court. So the Kenyans, I want the Kenyans to see this. I want Kenyans to see this. Once we obey the law, it means we will at least minimize, if not completely eradicate corruption, and there will be resources that will go to education, resources that will go to healthcare, and resources that will go to development. Yes.
We have heard of cases also of where corruption fights back, and where we've also heard of terms such as the deep state, meaning that there's something that we cannot see, this amorphous force that is controlling what is happening as far as corruption is concerned, and impunity, matters to do with integrity, and so on and so forth. How then do we reconcile that with the kind of leadership we want, which is what you are trying to project? Yet we are told that this monster, regardless of who gets in there, they will have to deal with it.
Thank you very much. Now, Kenya is a democratic country. But the leadership we have had in the past has come up with what I would call an extractive system. A system that on paper is based on democracy, but when it comes to the utilization of resources, they find ways of stealing, of looting from the public for their own benefit. And when you go on in that state, it will get to a point where the people will say, look, we can't take it anymore. And I think that's where we have reached now. The Kenyans have said we can't reach it anymore. If you read, there's that book about on how countries fail, how nations fail, by two people. I forget their names. One of them is very Maraga and Robbins. They say when you have reached that stage, he calls it the critical stage, critical juncture. When you reach there, you have two options. You either reform or you break. It is a make or break situation. We have reached there, and we can't allow the country to break. We need to come up with a system to restore, to put back the country on its rails, to restore the constitutionalism.
Yeah.
When you restore constitutionalism, you will hold those those who handle public resources accountable, and you will restore the resources. I am convinced that coming on, I would deal with corruption head on.
Yes.
First of all, as an individual, I hate corruption. That's why I've never been involved in any corruption. Why? Because I know, and even the Bible requires us to own what we have worked for, not what we have stolen from other people. So, in my view, we can successfully fight corruption in this country,
right,
if we start from the top. Do you get me?
I get you.
If we start from the top, if the president comes up and says it is zero tolerance to corruption, and require all the officers working under him to do that, we will crash corruption, and we will get our country back to the rails.
Yes.
We are aspiring. The president has been talking about Singapore.
Yes.
How did Singapore get there? You need to read the history of Singapore to know how it got there. One of the things it dealt with decisively was corruption. Those who were in government and were involved in corruption were held accountable. In fact, some of them even committed suicide when the law caught up with them.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. There is one fellow, one minister who committed suicide when the investigators were at his door.
Okay.
So, is that happening in Kenya?
Of course not.
That's not happening in Kenya. And when the president says he wants to drive the Kenyan economy to the Singapore status, I look at him and laugh and say, look, this is a pipe dream,
Yes.
which he doesn't mean. Because you don't say that until you put the mechanism in place,
yes,
to deal with that.
Mheshimiwa, there's something that happened last Thursday, the by-elections, and the reason I'm bringing up the by-elections is because you started your campaign largely on talking about the Gen Zs and talking about the support that they have for you. But we are seeing Gen Zs are not even participating in something as simple as a by-election. The numbers were quite low. When we talk about also their registration just to acquire voter registration status, they are not doing that. I don't know. Are you still looking to them to help you clinch this presidency, or will you re-strategize?
No. I'm looking to them. I'm looking to them. First of all, especially the young Gen Zs who have not registered, and those who registered recently, who are not able. They were not eligible to vote in this because we were using the word register.
Right.
It's true. The quite a number of Gen Zs have not registered, and that's one other thing I'm going to take up with IEBC. First of all, we have not made it easy for them to register. I can give you one constituency in Nyamira. That is not Mogrango. The registration center is at a place known as Gijauri for the whole constituency. If you want to go and register there, you need to spend up to to and fro. You need to spend almost 500 shillings to go and register. We are talking about young people who are first struggling to get something to eat. What I wanted to take up with the IBC is to come up with not say, okay, go to the registration centers. It should come up with programs where they go to the public. After all, government services are supposed to be taken to the public, so that they make it regularly. I know it is expensive, they may not do it continuously, but they make it regularly, like after every quarter. They come out with a campaign and go to various places, go to schools, go to halls, go to even church crusades where people go in large numbers and put a desk there and register.
Okay.
So that those young people can go and register.
Justice, once upon a time when there was, well, not a very long once upon a time, there's a health service which was called NHIF. NHIF would come to you.
Correct.
If you had a large enough group of people,
yes,
and you are they would know. They would bring the equipment and they would register you.
Yes.
Getting IDs, I recall, it was the late 1990s. The people who are responsible for giving people identification, I was the headmaster of a school then. They were doing this round. They came to the school. They came and they were going to schools because there were many young men and women who are of an age where they could receive IDs. And even I had an old ID. I still had a very old ID. I got a new ID then.
Yes,
so when you say the issue of taking service to the people, you can.
It is possible.
You can. It is not one of these difficult teeth pulling exercises.
No,
it is not difficult.
Thank you. When you talk about, like, if you are talking of a constituency,
yes,
even a county. Actually, let's talk of a county. You just need like 5 officers. Let them move from one place to another. Say, look, this week we will be at Kiganjo.
Yes.
Those around Kiganjo here come. Even in that Kiganjo, see schools which are there. Schools are the places where young people have not registered, and some of them have gotten of age, especially university and colleges. Liaise with the heads of those institutions and tell them, look, can we come to your place for say have a day? Yes. Can you get the schools across that one can be asked to come there, find out where they are holding like sports events which bring together, and you will register quite a number. But the government doesn't want to do that. In fact, the current government doesn't want to do that. If anything, I think they are doing everything possible to frustrate the registration of the young of the youths as voters.
You know what you say is actually spot on. Once upon a time, when I worked for the Kenya Medical Research Institute, when we wanted to have people volunteer to get themselves tested for HIV, you went to them, and again you looked for social functions where you knew there'd be very many people.
Yes.
And you told people in advance that you're going to be there, and you set up tent.
Exactly.
So those who are participating in watching could also come and get tested.
Exactly.
There are extremely many examples where services are actually taken to the people, and the numbers that you're thinking of, you actually manage to get.
Yes. Mayor, thank you. Consider our brothers in the diaspora. In the US, in the whole of US, the registration centers are, is it in 3 places? Washington and where? Is it somewhere in California?
Yes.
I forget that the other city.
Okay.
You want those people to fly from wherever they are to Washington to go and register. And these are the same people who are making a lot of remittances to the country, which are stabilizing our foreign exchange. My plea to IBC, especially in the US,
yes,
let the registration officers move from city to city, city to city. I mean, what is so difficult going to a city for 1 week? I mean, advertise. I mean, give notice and say, look, we will be here in this city. In that city, move from one place to another and register people so that you facilitate. But when you make it difficult for people to register, it means you don't want them to register. You don't value their what, their input.
I want to ask you a 2-pronged question, Justice. One, There are there are people who always consider themselves experts, and on matters of politics and elections, there are very many people. I'm not going to go into the area of expertise because I'm not a good judge of whether they're experts or not. But among the things that such people say is that in a presidential, when one wants to make a bid for the presidential election, one has to visit at least 30 counties. That's what they say. I don't know why they chose 30 and not 31 or 29, but that's what they say.
Okay.
Now, these people also say that for this to happen, you need a minimum of 1 million for every visit that you make. It requires money.
Yeah.
This brings me to the question of campaign funding. Our constitution, there was an attempt to put a cap on what we call campaign. I'm using it as campaign funding. The two-pronged question. If you were asked what the cap should be in terms of funding a presidential election, what figure would come to mind? That's number one. Number two, the question of the 30 counties. Is it possible to visit 30 counties without spending that enormous amount of money that these so-called experts claim you need to spend if you're going to visit every county to seek for their votes?
Thank you. Visiting the counties, in my view, is a reasonable expectation. Because you see, there are quite a number of people who may not be having access to radio generation, who may not get, who have no TVs. Some people, you need to tell the people what you are offering. That is a reasonable expectation. And ideally, you should actually go to all the counties. In my view, one should go to all the counties. But you have raised a very pertinent issue of the cost.
Yes.
The cost implications. Those cost implications are there. To go around those impediments, we need to go on radio, like we are doing this morning. You need to go on radio. You need to get put your visuals in some of those areas, and even in the counties, you can't go to every part of the county. You will have some who are your agents in those areas. They will go to public rallies and tell the Kenyans what you are offering. So the issue of cost, that's extremely important. Why is that? There was even a cap. There is a law. I can't remember. I haven't checked the exact maximum you are supposed to spend. The reason for that is very good. It's very good reasonable. You are not supposed to bribe voters or induce voters to vote for you, because that alone is corruption.
Yeah.
Now, but that is what is being done. You know what happened in Imbere.
Yes.
You know what has happened in these other places. Even before that, what have you seen President Ruto and his brigade doing? They are in State House giving what they call empowerment. Let me ask you, from what vote is that empowerment being given? We have not been told. I don't know of any line in the budget for that money to be given. So what does that leave you to think? This is already they are campaigning, and in fact they don't make it a secret. I saw one MP the other day giving money in the rural areas, and he says this man has come from Ruto. And what are you going to do? He said that. I can give you that clip. He said, what does that mean? When 2027, what will you do? And the people are rolling back and saying, we will vote for Ruto.
Okay.
So that's what is happening.
And Mheshimiwa, those are the people that you're dealing with, because I know a few weeks back, you went, I think it was someplace in the coastal region, spoke to these people, alafu ukawacha what we would call mikono mitupu. So when you meet on the campaign trail, the people that you're talking to saying that umewacha mikono mitupu, does that Does that discourage you? Because if that is what it will take for them to vote for you, then this might be an exercise in futility.
Yes, I was in Kisii last week,
right,
in a funeral, and in the course of my speech, I told them that I'm not going to give any inducements, and I tell you why. Those handouts are the ones which have driven this country to where we are. A governor spends, say, a minimum of 10 million shillings to campaign and get into the office. What is his first priority when he gets into the office?
Recoup the 10 million.
Recoup the 10 million. Thereafter, what is he going to do?
Steal some more for the next election.
Exactly. And that's what is happening now. In the central government, that's why I've said it is looting. To buy the MPs to pass legislation as you want, and we have seen it. To do all things, I mean, they literally to control the affairs, the political affairs, you need billions of shillings. And that's why the looting is going on unabated. I want the Kenyans, and please let us all Kenyans think about that. The leaders steal from you. They come and give you inducements, which are not even much. 1,000 bob, even up to 10,000. I saw some teachers going to State House and they are given 10,000. I'm happy. Some of them protested and they said, "Look, we want our salary paid according to the CBAs."
Yeah,
they give you that inducement. You vote them back, and the looting continues. I want the Kenyans to see that. That's why I am saying, look, I don't want to give any inducements. Even if I had the billions,
yes,
I would not give. And I want us, if we deal with that, we will enable young people. We will enable, people, intelligent people who may not have money and who have leadership capabilities to be elected to various positions.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to peg our electoral process on money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your colleagues at the judiciary, former colleagues, of course, when you say that you wanted to run for president, what was their reaction?
Some of them were wondering how that is going to be possible. But when I told them that, look, this is what we want to do, quite a number of them, of course, they are those are public officers. They are non-partisan. They say, look, we wish you the best. We wish you the best, and let's see. They're waiting. Let me tell you, I have a lot of silent majority from the Kenyans. Kenyans want change. Kenyans want change, and if I will be in the ballot, as I'm sure I will be on the ballot.
Yes,
you're going to see a dramatic change in this country.
If Kenyans really want change, and perhaps I'm wrong in this, you'll help me figure it out. We didn't see that reflected really in the by-election. Or perhaps we're saying that those are just few pockets of the Kenyans, because if we just go back a few months ago, perhaps even 6 months ago, there was this deafening noise on one term, and Ruto must go, and kufa dereva makanga na abiria na kila mtu. But when we came to the by-elections, it's like nothing really has changed, and that was just noise, because people literally went with that thing that we thought they did not want.
Yes. There are petitions which are being filed.
Yes.
The information I have is that huge sums of money was spent in this by-election. There was even violence. Some people were shied off from going to the polling stations because they didn't want to be involved in violence. The sad thing is that the IBC did nothing about it. When you have violence, like in one area, you have goons chasing people around. The IBC is supposed to suspend the election. When there is violence, they didn't do that. And they had better know that we are watching. So in what has happened in those areas, there was no free and fair election. Last night we saw a report from, is it Elog? Yes. They were saying there was no free and fair election. We have seen what has happened in our neighboring country. It is now making a lot of noise because the world is awash with the atrocities that were committed in that country, and it is now creating them a huge problem. So if this is a warning to Kenyans that unless we are vigilant, Ruto's regime is going to visit Kenyans with violence and want to retain power. So we should be vigilant and ensure that we have a peaceful and a free election. We should demand that and have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a good thing you are not a member of the body that calls itself the United Opposition. And I say this because the questions that I normally ask with regards to that particular group of Kenyans may not be pertinent to you. However, seeking political office requires getting people to understand what it is you're going to do for them. It also means that when you talk to them, this must be the focus of your attention, what you are going to do for them.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct.
Now, if I were to ask the question, in your campaigns, let's start with, do you have an economic framework that you talk about to the people and the groupings you speak with, telling them what you hope to do for them and how you plan to do this and how it is their participation will fit in to whatever you want to do? Or at this particular point in time, are you still doing the business of finding out what people believe they need so that it can fit into the economic framework that you have?
Thank you very much. To prepare manifesto, you need to know what people require. I started with the town hall meetings. I saw some MP the other day saying, look, Maraga is going and he meets a few people. To him, he wants me to have crowds.
He wants to have a rally.
A rally. And you know, those rallies have not even started. The campaign has not started. So what am I doing? What I'm doing is I'm meeting professionals. I'm meeting groups of people. I'm meeting leaders from various parts of the country to tell me what their challenges are. To tell me what their challenges are and ensure that we on board those issues to our manifesto. On the economy, there's quite a number of serious challenges in various parts of the country. If you go to the northern Kenya, these are pastoralists. You listen to them and you hear what challenges they have. And by the way, most of those people even have suggestions of how you are going to resolve their economic problems. They will tell you, if it is a pastoralist, they will tell you what they want so that they can be able to rear their animals profitably. If you go to the farming areas, like you go to the tea farming areas, they will tell you their challenges, and that's what we are doing. So we are coming up with a robust manifesto that's going to address the various challenges, economic challenges that we have in the country.
I have to ask, I have this perspective. It's a perspective that the growth of a nation like Kenya is more or less dependent on the growth of the county governments. Because Kenya is a county government country. We do have semi-autonomous units that function as a government. Do you have a plan that will bring in the county governments One, to ensure that the resources that they are given are utilized for what they are purposed. One. Two, that their own source revenue is maximized to the point where over a certain period of time, maybe not even in the time of your tenure if you're president, that their own source revenue can actually run the affairs of each individual county.
Yes. That's a very good question. You know, all the devolved funds which go to counties are audited. First of all, they come up with their budget proposals. They need this amount of money for these projects. What we are going to do is to ensure that those devolved funds actually go to the specific projects they are meant to be utilized in. What are we talking about? We are talking about accountability. The governors will have to be accountable. We have seen a few who have utilized the resources properly, and they have done a wonderful job. If you look, we had the case of Professor Kifuta Kibwana in Makueni. He built was it level 5 hospital?
Yes.
with the 130 million. Now it can cost even if it costs twice as much. That is visible. That tells you that it is visible. It is possible. It is possible to do that. So let us have accountable governments that the resources which go to them are able to be utilized. Some are capable of raising income from various activities. Like Nairobi should actually almost be self-reliant.
Own source revenue. If it comes up with a robust mechanism of collecting revenue and utilize that revenue properly, you will see a lot of development in the city. So, we are going to put in place a mechanism that will because you will have people, you will have experts who will tell you, look, this county is supposed to raise so much from various activities that are there. You will get the governors and ask them why they are not raising that revenue. If there are any challenges that they will require the central government to assist them, we will assist them and get the revenue collected.
The things you say make perfect sense. But you will have to engage people to help you implement them.
Correct.
Now, we are in this unfortunate situation where our lived experience is what people are before they get into certain positions of authority and what they then become when they get to those positions of authority sometimes are as different as night and day. Why do I say this? I look at the discussion around the inclusivity of a government where not only are the people's views considered and acted upon where one can, but that they do not seek to be extractive. The extractive nature of our politics and the implementation of our policies more or less reflects the situation that we find ourselves in. The words spoken are of inclusivity, but the actions are extractive. So the citizenry don't benefit from what it is they were told they would benefit.
Yes.
Brings me to the people who will help you run your government. What you will consider to be the key ingredients that you need in the individuals who will help you run the government.
Thank you. Competence and integrity. We will vet the officers, especially in the appointment, the appointments that the president, as a president, I will make, the CSS, the PSS. We will have integrity as number one, then followed by competence and other considerations that you have to take. Before you in constituting the government, and demand accountability. As I said, I will have zero tolerance to corruption, and I want Kenyans to see my record. I will have zero tolerance to corruption. And I believe very, very strongly that if that is there from the top, we are going to deal with corruption. Because then you will say, look, here you are as a PS. I've given you this position. If there are, corruption scandals against you, first of all, I will ask you to step aside as we investigate. And if there is evidence, we'll get those people to court. As I said, that's what happened in Singapore. And they were able to deal with that. So what I will do, you have said it correctly, and you have said that quite a number of people have given promises that they are going to do ABCD, but they have not done. I want to promise Kenyans that, look at my record and see what I've done in the past. What I've said I will do. I have complied with the law. Where the law requires to make a decision, even if it's unpopular, I've made those decisions. And trust me, if I have not been involved in corruption, I am now 74, going to 75 early next year. This is not the time I'm going to start corruption. No. If I wanted to corruption, I have had opportunities in the past to be involved in that. I want Kenyans to trust me with their resources. I will ensure that the resources this country raises are directed to where they are supposed to.
Justice, we're going to ask you to, if you may, give us a few minutes so that we can expound on this matter so that it is understood. Because we're going to go into news now for a minute or two.
Actually, I've been directed to postpone that to the next hour so we can actually continue.
We can actually continue. We do not need to. Will you give us some minutes that we can continue with this discussion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay, excellent. I have a question, Mheshimiwa, in regards to this whole issue of. First of all, let me just say this: I love your honesty because you do not pretend to know everything, as opposed to other leaders who would probably sit in the same position and tell us about these robust ideas they have in terms of economic stimulus and corruption and everything. What you have said, and I've understood very clearly, is the fact that you will implement the law to the letter. And I think that is, in my opinion, better than even a manifesto, whereby if we implement everything that is in our constitution, we shall be able to take care of our economy, we shall be able to take care of corruption, we shall be able to take care of our healthcare and so much more.
Exactly.
However, we have a problem currently, and it is our public debt. What ideas do you have as far as taking care of our debt is concerned? Because we are now told that we owe the world, including our own selves, some 12 trillion Kenya shillings. What is your plan in ensuring that figure goes down?
Thank you. Look at when Ruto came to power, the public debt was at is it 8.6 trillion? It has now gone to 12. And it looks like it is continuing. The first thing I will do is to have an audit of the debt and get a restructuring so that we have some money for other businesses. Stop further borrowing. Because most of this borrowing is coming in to be utilized not on development, but actually to be utilized on recurrent expenditure. There is a lot of waste. In government. That's the first thing. Those are the areas I will deal with. Stop further borrowing. Deal with waste in government. Wastage in government. The government buys goods at very, very expensive prices, compared to the ordinary people. Deal with that so that we save, we make savings. And then, as I said, have an audit of the public debt. See what you can restructure so that the repayment leaves you with some money to be used in other projects.
Right.
So, I would have to do that. I will have to do that. Public debt is one area which we must address clearly. If we are going to get out of this hole, and we can't continue borrowing. As a result of the heavy borrowing the government is doing, banks are not lending to wananchi. So the SMEs are almost crumbling. Businesses are closing down because of the high interest rates the banks are charging to give money to the individuals, and because of the depressed economy, the banks are extremely careful to even lend, because they can see you go there with a business proposal. First of all, the first thing in their minds is that they have serious doubt whether or not you're going to actually do business and be able to repay.
Yes.
So what are they doing? They are lending to government because they are safe.
Government.
As a result of that, the economic activities in the country have been depressed. You go to even the shopping centers, which used to be vibrant, you can't see any economic activity there, and it's as a result of the government's heavy borrowing. So if you can deal with West, deal with corruption, I'm sure we'll make huge savings that we will be able to put back into the economy, and the country will change.
Some of your competitors in the presidency, in the race towards the presidency, have said that they will negate paying of the odious debts.
Yes.
Perhaps you can help us understand from a legal perspective if that, number one, is a viable option, whereby we say there are some debts that were taken in the name of Kenya. However, Kenya never benefited. Those monies perhaps never even reached the accounts of our country, and they disappeared somewhere in the air. They're in various accounts out there. So if these leaders claiming to do that were to actually do that, would it have any legal repercussions on them and on the country?
The borrowing has been done in the name of the country in Kenya. Admittedly, there are some provisions you can't go around. Odious debt which has been taken. You saw the Auditor General the other day saying, look, more than 300 billion borrowed has not come to the country. You deal with that situation. The advantage we have in the law is that criminal law has no limitation period. If you stole in 1990, and there is evidence, we can mount a prosecution against you.
Okay.
So one of the things we are going to have to do, as I said, we will have to do an audit of the odious debt.
Right.
The debt, the public debt. Did this money come to Kenya? It was borrowed. We have seen some cases where money has been borrowed and has been banked in some foreign accounts.
Yes.
Some of that doesn't find its way into Kenya. There are people who are responsible. There are people who are in the office. Ask them why this money didn't come here and prosecute it. We had recently, sometimes back, of leaks, WikiLeaks. You saw, was it WikiLeaks?
Oh, yes.
And the Bandora what?
Yeah.
Money that has been taken out of the country. You prosecute those who are involved in that. And if you make some recoveries, they will go into repaying the loans. There are some loans that have been taken, and they didn't have a proper legal basis. Those ones you can challenge. But as I said, I don't want to give a wrong impression,
right,
that you can stand up and say, look, whatever so and so borrowed, I'm not going to pay. A country continues as a country, and you are under obligation internationally, to honor your obligations. So we will act within the law. Those ones which have no proper legal basis, you will challenge them.
Okay.
Those ones which are have a legal basis, find a way of restructuring them, and so that you reduce the debt. That's after you have stopped borrowing.
Okay.
After you have stopped borrowing.
And that's why I say I prefer a much more honest conversation where we actually say that it is possible, but it has got to be done in a certain way. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
The other part of this conversation is obviously on ensuring that we live within our means,
Correct.
which is something that even the current president, Dr. William Ruto, has been saying that, look, there are some places where we have to tighten, and that is how it is justified. We find ourselves, introducing levies and taxes in our on our pay slips. So, do you see that as a viable way of running a government and funding actually a government and its projects?
Reducing
taxation? No, not reducing, but introducing taxation and levies on different goods and commodities.
Exactly. Taxation is imperative. How do you raise money? The issue is what is the tax regime you have? What is the tax regime you have?
Yes.
One of the things I to put on my list on taxation is to stop punitive tax. To stop punitive tax and widen the tax base so that everybody is onboarded and pays tax. That way, the burden is lighter. So you don't have only those who are employed, who are in regular employment,
right?
Shouldering a lot of tax that should be shouldered by the country. So it's widen the tax base and stop punitive taxes. You can't, even internationally, you can't tax your people to prosperity. You can't prosper by taxing heavy taxation on your people.
Right.
No.
Yeah, because we understand that it's a very few Kenyans who are paying taxes compared to, and you've rightly put it, to the rest of the country. And you want to widen that net so that you can, at least allow many Kenyans as possible.
Yes.
To contribute.
Come up with a scheme. The micro and the small businesses.
Yep.
Encourage them to register. Encourage them to register. Come up with a tax regime that is not punitive. It enables them to operate, but to also pay tax. They see it as something that assists them. If you have you think of the example of many of the Scandinavian countries, the tax rate in those countries is about 60%. And those people are not complaining. In fact, we are told that in some of those countries where the people are very happy with in their lives. Why? Because once they have paid 60% of their income to tax, everything else is taken care of.
Education, health,
transport, even accommodation. And what they are left with is for their domestic use, and they are happy. So if you come up with a tax regime that shows Kenyans that, look, we collected this amount of money from you in Nairobi, we have cleaned the streets. Those traders in Nairobi, they want a clean place. We have taken garbage. We have cleaned. Even customers are now free coming. There is security. They are coming freely and buying goods. Those SMEs will themselves be very happy to pay.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's interesting. You've mentioned these Scandinavian countries. Even the crime rate there is so low. You rarely encounter the police, so you wouldn't have time to bribe these people because you rarely see them.
Exactly.
But here in Kenya, you meet police officers at every corner.
Yes.
Kwa barabara, kwa maduka, kwa manyumba, kwa hospitali, yani they're everywhere. So even the opportunities for corruption are, up there. But anyway, conversation for another time.
But Paul, the issue with the Scandinavian countries, they also learned from mistakes they made.
Yes.
Correct.
There were periods in their history where they were fighting and killing each other literally every day. And they had to seek external help. Okay? But they also understood something that we need to understand. The sort of economic model that would suit their purposes.
Correct.
Countries like Sweden are not die-hard capitalistic countries like America. No, there's a very strong social element in the way they go about their business.
Correct.
So they chose that particular model. Capitalism, you are allowed to make money, but they tax the living daylights out of you after a certain level. Now, again, the rule of law is what comes out as the driving force behind this.
Exactly.
They have the law, and the citizens of the country understand the pact. They adhere to the law. So things work in a certain way.
Correct.
When there is constant pushback against the law, which is what we see here, then things don't quite work the way you want them to work.
Let me tell you. I mean, in Kenya,
yes,
Kenyans, by the way, are very good people. The Kenyans will obey the law. You just need to be firm. Didn't you see the Michuki
rules? Yes,
the Michuki rules. Michuki put his foot down. Everybody complied. Let me tell you, if you put your foot down, everybody will comply. That's why I told you that as president, I will be the first one to obey the law. And I will demand that everybody obeys the law. You obey the law, you will deal with education. You will have funds for education because it is in the constitution. You will provide health care. You will give opportunities to various groups of people. So it is the legal regime which embraces, which brings on board all these other activities, and you have a country running smoothly. Yeah. Regulations, traffic regulations. Kenyans overlap. Let me tell you, if the police took firm action and there are many heavy fines, you will not see that. You will not see that. People will queue and follow the law. But because we are lax, because the police sometimes are corrupted and they don't enforce the law, all manner of things are happening. That courage has been developed in Kenya, that you don't have to follow the law to get what you want. You can go around some of the regulations and move, and it just requires political will.
Right.
Political will from the top, and you will have changes.
When you seek to do what you seek to do, you would be going against the tide that other people have considered as the norm for a very long time.
Correct.
And there will be definite pushback. But I asked the question because your tenure in office, you did have pushback. There's a particular petition that was brought before the Judicial Service Commission, and there are those who alleged that one of the things that you did was you employed very many people, and you favored people who come from your neck of the woods. I don't know whether they meant Nyamira or Kisii, or they meant in totality.
The
region. But there was that allegation. Of course, it didn't go anywhere.
It was not even prosecuted.
Yes, I say it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But I'd like you to comment on it, because somebody must have picked up something for them to bring this up.
You want to believe that there was something, there was some
no. There is absolutely no way somebody would come up with something of that sort if they don't have an agenda. Why out of the blues? Because they are touching the nerve center of nepotism, something that very many people in positions of authority are actually in fact, this is my term, there's a nepotism index that comes up every once in a while, and you look at state corporations and you will say, this state corporation, wajaluo wengi sana. This state corporation, wakikuyu wengi sana. This state corporation, wakisi wengi sana. This state corporation, ni karibu waluya wote. And it goes on and on. It's a conversation we have. And it's a conversation we must talk about, because the pressure is not going to come from the naysayers. The pressures will come from the people who come from the background where you came from, if you're in a position of authority.
Exactly. And that is, that's what the Gen Zs are fighting. Those who have no connections, even though they are qualified, can't get positions, can't get employment. That I'm happy you brought that petition. When it came, I looked at it and I asked my people. We laughed. We laughed. Remember, that is soon after I had made the 2017 decision.
It was immediately after you made the 2017.
Exactly. So everything was being thrown at me to see. What I mean, I had the people who were in my office.
Yes.
I employed one person. One person in my office, the chief of staff from my community.
Yes.
I'm still working with him.
Yes.
The others are people I found there. And they were not many, by the way. In my office, they were. I mean, the kids who were there, who were working in my office, were like 3 or 4 people.
And how many people did you have in your office?
I had more than 100. When it comes to like the people who were around me, especially the security officers, I mean, we prepared a list. I got my chief of staff to prepare a list of the employees in my office. And when we got it and put it in the affidavit, that fellow didn't even prosecute that petition. It was dismissed.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I know that is serious pressure. The Constitution requires that when you do appointments, you consider the gender balance, you consider the regional balance, you consider people with disabilities, and I mean you consider the youth. That one I'm going to follow very, very seriously. Okay. The idea of having parastatal heads coming from one community will not happen in my government. That you can rest assured. And I've told even the kisses as much. We will be fair in that, because that's what has brought Kenya to where we are.
How did they take it, Mheshimiwa?
Who?
The kisses, when you told them that?
Some of them are, feel like you are not going to be there. But the honest ones,
yes,
the honest ones
agree with you.
Agree with me. Yeah, agree with me, because there are quite a number of kisses who are qualified and competent who have not gotten into places. If there was fairness, they would have also, been taken up. So those are among the things we want to address, and unless as a country we say, look, we have had enough of this and we want to change,
yes,
we are going to get into a worse situation.
Mheshimiwa, there is something I've just been sent for here about some of the allegations, and of course City has touched on one of them. But there was a 2021 opinion piece which referenced an email from a reader asking if Maraga eliminated corruption and nepotism in the judiciary during his time as CJ. So umeongelelea nepotism. What about corruption?
Corruption. We if you go into the records,
yes,
we dealt with a number of corruption cases. Actually, just before I was appointed CJ, I was heading a tribunal that was investigating a church, and we made recommendations for his dismissal.
Okay,
and he was dismissed. He appealed the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court threw the petition away. What am I talking about? We had very many petitions against the judges. Where there was evidence, we handled them in the Judicial Service Commission, which I chaired. Where there was evidence, we took action.
Okay,
we took action. There was quite a number of allegations of corruption in the judiciary, and I can't say those allegations had no basis. But when it came to evidence, and we are a country of the rule of law. The rule of law requires that if I make an allegation against you,
yes,
I must produce evidence. Now, that's where the problem is. Some of the people who are saying that the judges are corrupt are the people who have given bribes, and they have not gotten the judgments they wanted or the way they wanted.
So it's the kettle calling the pot black.
The same people, they are making noise out there, but when you ask them to give evidence, because nobody will come and say, look, I gave this judge so much. Because first of all, you are committing an offense yourself, isn't it? So because of that, I mean, quite a number of those petitions that came, there was no evidence supporting them. And that's where the problem is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question: How would your presidency strengthen the independence of the judiciary? Would you consider reviewing the appointment process of judges to reduce political interference? So those are two questions. Number one, how would your presidency strengthen the independence of the judiciary?
Thank you. The judiciary is a very, very important arm of government. It is the one which regulates the exercise of power. Because if you act unconstitutionally, somebody will go to court and they will get orders. I mean, you have seen orders against the executive. The independence of the judiciary is not for the benefit of the judges. People sometimes misunderstand that. The independence of the judiciary, the importance of the independence of the judiciary is for the people. Why? When you have an independent judiciary, a judge will give orders in accordance with the law and the evidence before him, irrespective of the consequences. When you make decisions which will go against the political establishment, you will expect acts of reprisal. But if you know that nobody is going to do anything about it, you will go ahead. What did I do in 2017? Immediately we gave the decision. You know what the politicians said.
No, we even know what the president said.
We shall revisit.
Yes.
Yeah. Did they revisit?
Those were threats.
I think they did revisit.
they revisited in cutting budget allocations to the judiciary. So coming back to your question,
right?
I would want the other institutions to have the independence they require to operate properly. I will not interfere with judicial appointments.
Okay.
We had cases, you remember we had cases where we recommended appointments of judges and it
they were
took
30 or something.
No,
41.
Okay.
Yes.
And it took a long time before they were appointed.
It took a new government to have them appointed.
Yes. So something like that will not happen. In fact, if need be, I was looking at the provisions. If need be, we'll make provisions that if the CJ, the appointment, by the way, the appointment of judges by the president is ceremonial. The people who actually do the appointment is the Judicial Service Commission. Once they have recommended somebody for appointment, unless and that should have come even before before the list of names were taken. Exactly.
If there was an issue, you're saying it should have come out.
We do what? Diligence. Yeah. The Judicial Service Commission writes to all institutions of government, yes. CID and NIS, saying, look, we have these people whom we have shortlisted for interviews. Do you have anything against them so that we don't appoint them? Because this is a position of trust. Those where some information has been given, some confidential. The chair just acted on that where there is a basis. So we had made the recommendations for those appointments, and we were told, look, they are these people. We have information, confidential information. We said no, confidential information. At least share it with me as CJ. Share it with me. The law requires that if you make allegations against somebody,
must prove.
You must give him a chance to defend those allegations.
Okay.
Article 47 requires that. So if you are saying this person is corrupt and you should not have appointed him, and we just take your word and don't appoint him, first of all, we would be acting against the Constitution. So we asked for that evidence and they didn't. So what will I do? I will not have anything like that. No. Okay. We will have even a law that if the president delays in appointing, you are given a period. If you delay in appointing,
they
automatically become judges.
Okay.
And proceed.
On the issue of opulence, where we are seeing government officials really flashing around, some of them wearing clothes or accessories that cost more than a jet plane. What do we do? How will you handle that situation?
We will have a lifestyle audit. We will have compulsory lifestyle audit. You come to government. You are driving a Toyota Corolla. In no time, you are having the gasolers, the big gasolers, and you are flashing. You the kind of spending you are doing can be seen. There will be a system, and you will be asked to account for that.
Yes.
A lifestyle audit that will be mandatory for all government officials, so that it will. I mean, if you have acquired your wealth legitimately, nobody should be bothered about you. But not when you have stolen from government and you are flashing it around. No.
Justice, the things you are saying are scary.
Like what?
Everything you're saying,
lifestyle audit,
or everything you're saying about what you will do is scary, because the vast majority of people who want to vie for seats in this country, yes, I couldn't correct myself. I'm not correcting myself. I'm actually right. There are people whose wealth cannot stand the cold stare of daylight. I hear people when they're being when they go to parliament for vetting, people talk about the wealth they own. Maybe you have, but I have never seen them being taken to task as to how that wealth was arrived at, what they did, or evidence of how that wealth is what it is. I have never seen that. Now, if you say that that is what you're going to demand, there are very many people in this country who are in positions of authority or have wealth, who will make sure that the one thing you don't do is become president, because
I know, I agree with you,
because you will cause untold suffering to them by simply obeying the dictates of the constitution and the law. But they will be a serious pushback, and with these individuals, they tend to have a support system, individuals who thrive from that system and who benefit from that system.
Cartels.
It's a good name that they are given. How do you go around this? Because your campaign is a campaign that is it's already upsetting people. It will upset very many people who might otherwise, who will actually, instead of, you are looking for votes, but the more you speak, the more you're going to get people who will want to ensure that you never get voted in.
Exactly. Fortunately, those people will not even get to 5% of the Kenyan population.
But they have influence.
Just listen.
Yes.
Kenyans have gotten to a stage where now they just say, look, yes, so and so is telling us this, so and how is it benefiting us? The level of enlightenment now in the country is different. And I want to appeal to the hearts of Kenyans that unless we take this action, we are actually sinking. Do you want us to sink? Do you want us to fear? If we are going to fear those people, if we are going to do what they want, we are not going to get anywhere. Kenyans, I mean, there is going to be a lot of bribery, bribery, and my plea to Kenyans is please stay away from that. It is not going to help you. That's what has put us in this. Those people who have stolen from the public are going to do everything possible to make sure that I am not elected. But I'm telling you that they are a very small majority. I mean, they are a very small number. The majority of Kenyans, if they decide and say, look, enough is enough, I will be elected overwhelmingly, and we will make change in this country. And that's the appeal I'm making to the Kenyans. Let us not allow people to steal from us, use that money to bribe us, give us handouts, and then we elect them back to power. It's like you are endorsing what they are doing, and they will continue doing it. To the detriment of the country.
Yeah. We have these independent constitutional offices such as the IBC, NCIC, and EACC. What would your presidency do to ensure that, number one, these institutions are strengthened? Because as it is, it looks like they are kind of weak. Some of them, like the NCIC, have complained of funding. So what would your presidency do to ensure that these particular offices function as they should to the fullest, and perhaps even strengthen them a little bit more so that we can give them some teeth to bite?
Thank you very much. Those commissions,
yes,
are constitutional. Why? Because they are extremely important. What I'm going to do is, first of all, to make sure that recruitment into those positions is transparent and is integral. It follows the law. You get men and women of integrity to man those positions. Now, what weakens most of them is funding. Deliberately, sometimes deliberately, they are not given funds because they are not supposed to go to operate. So they are handicapped. You will make sure that you facilitate them, give them funding. Some of them require even recruitment of some specialized officers, some with the technical knowledge in some areas. Like if you talk of CID, the CID officers require quite a number of officers from technical areas. When you are talking about handwriting experts, you are talking about chemical analysis of some things, some articles that have been involved in crime, forensics.
Yeah,
you need technical knowledge. Get those people strengthened by getting the technical officers that they require. Get the officers, especially the heads, to be men and women of integrity and demand accountability. And I can assure you they will perform. They will perform. So it is a question of strengthening those. Like now, if we are going to deal with corruption, strengthen EACC. EACC is one of the institutions which is not well funded. Give it enough funding and get the officers to work. So we are going to do that. Now the judiciary, for example, we know the role the judiciary is playing.
Yes.
And the reason why Article 173 of the Constitution demanded that as soon as the budget of the judiciary is approved by Parliament, the entire budget is supposed to be put in the judiciary fund account. Why? Because when the court gives orders against the state, what the state does is they will frustrate you. You have the budget. You want the money released, you are not given exchequer. And the time goes. Sometimes you end up, first of all, the judiciary budget is very low.
Yes.
And you will be surprised that a number of times a lot of money is returned to the judiciary at the end having not been spent. Why? Because of the releases. They are delayed.
Yes.
So in institutions like those, like the judiciary, I will ensure that the budget, first of all, the budget of the judiciary, even if we give them 50 billion,
yes,
what is that to a budget of 4 trillion? Give it and deposit it in the judiciary account. There was very good reason why the framers of the Constitution came up with that provision, so that the judiciary is not held hostage.
Yeah.
When they are supposed to be given funds. So those institutions, what we need to do is to strengthen them, get them proper manpower and the funding, and they will do their work.
Let me give you an example of something that has happened recently. We have the EACC, for example, saying candidate so and so is not fit to stand elections and contest because of these reasons as pertains to corruption. But then again, you have IBC giving that person a clean bill of health, and then that person ends up becoming a leader in this country. And we also saw that even in the 2022 elections, where very many individuals were allowed to get to the very end, and right now they are serving in parliament and other institutions. Mheshimiwa, what in such a case, ideally, what should happen whereby one institution disagrees with another or disregards the other's advice?
I mean, those are the shenanigans I wanted to deal with. Family. You get somebody who the CIDs are having. He is making statements. I mean, in the CID, is going to EACC all the time. And here you are, you claim for what? For election. That's how we have gotten where we are. That's how we have gotten where we are. In the by-elections that we had, there. I mean, I don't want to talk much about that because there are petitions coming up.
Right.
And some are on that issue, that some people were allowed to contest in spite of the complaints, the petitions that had been made even to EACC itself, that this person is not qualified to be nominated for election. So that's what I'm saying. That's the law we wanted to implement to the letter. If you implement the law to the letter, those people will not even make an application for nomination because they know they will not get anywhere. And unless we deal, unless we deal with those issues, family, we are going to continue being where we are.
Yes.
And in my view, get much worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the year 2003, Justice Rengira. And the commission that he had came up with a report. Okay, it had very far-reaching consequences. One was the shock factor that first we termed it the judicial surgery, radical
surgery.
Yes. The thing that I found alarming was at that point in time there were 9 Court of Appeal judges, and 5 of them, was it 6? 5, when that report as being investigated or being indicted. The High Court, out of 36 judges, 18. Magistrates, out of 254, there were 82. Now, the thinking behind it, I can understand. Because we had a judiciary that in the Moi era was just determined, the president determined who did what and who went where, who was the prosecutor, and there were a lot of problems that we had. Now, but it was something that pointed to an attempt to sort out a problem. There are those who argued it created more problems than it provided solutions. The options which were given to judges, you either resign or you're prosecuted. Some people fought it. I know Justice Waki fought it, Bogoli fought it, and they won. In your position as president, would you encourage something like that? A purge, not just of the judiciary. No. A purge that looks into the conduct of members of parliament as well. And a purge that also looks into the conduct of those in the executive. Not the president, those in the executive. Something that comes out and says, folks, this is what we've looked at and this is where we have a problem.
You will not need to come up with the radical surgery of the entire institution, for example. Because you see, in such a case, I mean, for example, take the example of the judiciary. The judges make decisions every day.
They do.
Some people lose, others win. Those who lose sometimes say, look, no, this judge must have been seen, even when you have not been seen. So if when you have a wholesale condemnation of an institution,
yes,
it is dangerous.
Yes,
and it does a lot of harm to the
reputation of the institution.
Exactly.
Yes.
Where you have a whiff of those corruption allegations.
Yes.
That's why I said let's strengthen our institutions. Let us, NIS are there. They give information.
They do.
Once you get this information, follow the legal channels, and you will get somebody who is taking bribes left, right, and center. Just give him a little time. You will catch him. And as I told you, once you get a few of them, once you do investigations and get a few of them behind the bars, my friend, you'll make a very, very strong statement, and you will deal with that precisely. We have cases like the ones you have talked about the MPs. Those fellows, you will get them very easily, very, very easily, because the way they behave. If you are keen and you are enforcing the law diligently,
yes,
you will catch them, and it will send a strong message, and you will rectify the problem.
I deliberately left out one institution, the police service, leaving the best for last, because in the absence of the active participation, even when you have an ethics and anti-corruption commission. The police service is central to everything that we're talking about here, and we know where they are at. You must have a plan for them. What is your plan? Because I hear people talking of security in the most general terms. But what is it that we need to do for this service for them to actually do what it is that they are supposed to do, or to fulfill the mandate of the offices that they hold?
Thank you. The police. Let me tell you, I was in the task force that dealt with a number of issues in the police service, and I had the opportunity of talking to quite a number of police officers, very many of them very senior. I was impressed. I met some very, very honest police officers, who wanted to do their work. There are quite a number of police officers who are very honest, but they are not given a chance because of the corrupt system. We will get to deal with those ones who are involved in corruption, especially in the Department of Traffic, where we were told that bribes are collected from the roads and shared all the way to the top. We will deal with that family, and it will change. There are quite a number of police officers, I can tell you, who, if given an opportunity, and you hold them accountable, they will perform. They will perform. That is one of the institutions, by the way, which will be very easy to reform.
Right.
Yeah.
Mheshimiwa, we have about 13 minutes before we let you go. So allow me to just look at some of the comments we have on our social media space. Someone is asking here, I like what Maraga is offering. Just let me know where I can contribute to his campaign.
Yes.
I do know that there's a pay bill number somewhere.
Yes.
Is that still ongoing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is there.
All right. Utatupatia your pay bill number before utoke hapa.
Yes.
Where is that? Some of these questions you've actually answered. So I'm trying to see
the ones I have not answered.
Yenye ujaguzia. And as I do that, there's one actually nimetumua screenshot. I'd like to ask former CJ, how does he raise money? Oh, again, you mtajibu.
Yeah.
Where is that question? Oh yeah, here we go. Movie, ask again, it's about contribution. Is it the only thing you guys want to do for Mheshimiwa here?
Yeah, they are keen. They are going to I'm happy they are going to
Oh my goodness.
How many people have asked?
Oh my goodness. If I were to count, I can tell you, I've seen more than 10 of those comments here. All right. Okay, someone is asking, ask him about education sector that is almost collapsing. All right. Tuanze na hiyo nikitafuta hizo zingine.
Yes.
Education sector.
Yes.
Right.
I'm happy you've asked that question. It's something we are working on very, very seriously. I have sat with quite a number of experts in education. They have told me there is a lot of wastage in the budget given to the Ministry of Education. That if it is directed to the areas it's budgeted for, it will do a lot. So education, first of all, education is a constitutional right to our children.
Yes, it is.
Article 43. One of the things we are going to do is to ensure that we ring-fence funds for education. Why is that important? This is important because a child who is going to university, he just needs to miss a semester and he has wasted a whole year. You can easily ruin the life of that child. So we are going to ensure that there are some areas where we are going to ensure that the budget, whatever is budgeted, is ring fenced. If you have emergencies, you find ways of dealing with those, but you don't interfere with education. You don't interfere with the health. A sick person cannot wait. Somebody in pain cannot wait. The pain has got to be addressed. So we have to give priority to those, make sure that we ring fence the funding that goes there. Like the capitation now, which is creating a huge problem. It's because of the wastage that is there that we are not able to give capitation to schools. So that's one area we are going to address and address very firmly.
There's one question here on doctors. It's asked by one lady. I'm not sure if it's a lady, but Sonnet anasema, what would he do about newly minted doctors? Would he treat his cohorts posting in the same way as teachers? That is the national government overseeing their posting and compensation instead of the counties. How would you deal with this problem of doctors within counties and vis-a-vis what they should have been, what I think should have been done by the national government?
Health is devolved. We have to follow the law. Health is devolved.
Right.
Find a mechanism of having the posting of the doctors and their welfare being taken care of by the county government. As I said, look, when you have a budget, when you have given counties budgets, it's a question of following up. Quite a number of times you find that the allocations are not released in time, and some counties are suffering. They are not even able to pay the doctors and other workers. That is something that must be addressed. Something that must be addressed. As I said, and I'm sure you are the one who asked that question. Let us live within our means. When we have come up with a budget and we have funding that goes there, ensure it goes to the services. Health is a critical service.
Yes.
A critical service that cannot wait. So when you have doctors demonstrating and not treating, that should worry you. Yeah.
All right.
You see, all this speaks to money. There are those who argue that only a third of our revenue is actually left after we've paid debts. And that third is what it is we try to
share.
Yes. And they also argue that it is because that third is not enough that we now have to borrow. Okay? That's justifying the borrowing. The discussion around the debts that we cannot quite understand, the debts that don't quite fit into the rules that we have in this country regarding borrowing specifically for development, comes into being for this reason. We are talking about running a government right now. If you took over, the same situation that President Ruto has is the same situation that you would have. You would have these debts, they require payment. You have these needs that we need to meet. The odious debt discussion then becomes central. Because if these debts that were not used for what was purposed, which in essence did not comply with the law, if we didn't have them, very simply we would have more money. If we're not paying for them, we'd have more money to spend. And then there's the question of how do you ensure that the citizenry actually have money to do their business? Why am I raising this issue? Close to 57% of the revenue of KRA, I mean, you need to check my figures, come from indirect tax, VAT, etc., etc., etc. If people have more money, they spend more. It's indirect tax. So the government actually gets more taxes. If people don't have money, they spend less. So the taxes automatically go down. Now, here you are in a position to try and ensure that the economy is jacked up and that more people have money in their hands so that the economy can actually move. What would you do?
What would I do?
Yes.
First of all, we're coming with a manifesto that is going to deal with the economy. The economy has been hit very, very badly. Some companies have closed down and moved to other countries. You know that?
Yes, the one they moved to is currently having a problem, and so they may need to come back. Yes.
but we should worry about what took them out.
Yes.
The regime we have here, and that's why I told you that if we don't follow the law, we will frustrate quite a number of investors. Some of them who want to come, when they want to come here, they are told, look, you want to be licensed? How many shares are you giving me? You are laughing, and that's a fact. That's a fact. That's what has happened. And some people have said, go to hell, I'm not coming. I'm not going to give anybody any shares. The regulation, even the business environment that is there, the costs that are there come, for example, if you go to tourism, the taxation in tourism is heavy, and those who are having tourist resorts can't see any value for the money they are paying. So it's a question, as I said, of dealing with the tax regime so that you attract investment into the country. When you have a law, the regulations that are there, we have had this a number of times. Like Rwanda, you go there, you want to register the business, it will take you a day or two to go through the process and you register. Kenya, you will take a long time. Some of those are among the things I will deal with. You will have a one shop, one-stop shop. You go there and you are asked all the questions that are required,
and you're sorted.
Make it easy. Make the business environment easy. Get to sort out the business community. In fact, the government will go to them. My government will go to the business community and find out what do you want government to do for you to thrive. Because when business thrives, you not only generate employment, you have tax. So Kenya is a great nation. Kenya has great people. It is governance which is a problem. It is governance which is a problem. If we can get our act together on governance, all other things will fall into place.
We now have 2 minutes.
Yes.
So last but not least, someone is asking your thoughts on CBC, the competency-based education.
We are working on that.
Yes.
This is a program that has come without proper preparation. The teachers themselves have said we were not trained I mean, the program is just being rolled out without proper preparation being done, and as a result, it has literally collapsed. These are the problems in education that we need to deal with. We cannot afford to experiment with our children. No. Our care must be taken, and we have very competent people. If they are given an opportunity and if we listen to them, we have had very many commissions on education.
Oh yes,
with very many recommendations being made. What my information is that some of those recommendations are first class, beautiful, but the government implements, cherry picks, and implements those which will generate contracts, and people get money instead of dealing with the problem wholesale. Yeah, I mean, CPC is a huge problem. Education as a whole, even from university,
yes,
is a huge problem for parents and children, and that's one area, as I said, we are going to give priority. Education and health, we are going to ring-fence the funding for that, so that we don't ruin the lives of our children.
All right.
Yes.
Former CJ Maraga, thank you so much for coming through and having this conversation with us. So much we would have wanted to discuss, but
yes,
the show has got to come to an end. However, we invite you again.
Yes.
Pay bill.
Atapena pay bill saizi tu. We invite you again to have conversation also on matters to do with manufacturing.
Yes.
Some of those questions, of course,
that are coming.
Yes, from our viewers. But once again, asante tena sana.
Yes. I just want to say one last thing.
Sure.
Kenyans, where we are, we either change or crash. We either change or crash. Give me a chance. I will offer servant leadership. I will enforce the law. I will deal with the corruption head on, and I can assure you that given a chance, we are going to change this country and change it dramatically, fundamentally, and we will all be very, very, very happy.
Right.
Yes.
Asante tena sana. And as we do that, kuna mtu amesema hapa, this is Brian Bruno. Brian has actually sent a couple of questions, but Brian, we shall deal with them going forward. Tupatie pay bill, mheshimiwa.
Yes. Yeah.
Unaweza nipatia ndasoma, haina shida. Ama upatie mheshimiwa asome. All right. As they sort that out. Brian Bruno says, my vote goes straight to Elder Maraga. Karibu sana. 100,000 voices. If police are getting their basic needs met, would this be a gateway to deter the taking of bribes? Good question.
Yes.
And then Erico Wara again. Or is this Mulimu Vincent? Oh, sorry. Ask him what his view of industrial parks and revitalizing the what? This is industrial parks is concerned. Yes, like I said, we shall invite him so he can talk about that and much more. And then there's Kosio anasema, ask him about education sector that is almost collapsing. He has answered a bit on that. And then Sonet says, thanks Radio Generation for extending this session. Of course we had to. Hakuna venye tutaacha Chief Justice akuja hapa na atoke bila kutupatia story. And then last but not least, Njuki Mugizme, I hope I'm saying this correctly. You're saying it's often said that democracy is destroyed by people who are voted in democratically, but once elected, they go against it.
Yeah, it's the pay bill.
Yeah.
Pay bill. It is there.
All right, so the pay bill is right here. Wacha niopatie. This is Friends of Maraga Limited. Pay bill number is 542. That's very easy. Pay bill again is 542. And then the account number is 001669. Again, the account number 001669. Once you get there, you can contribute anything.
Yes. Once you insert this numbers
details. Yes.
Yeah. What will come when you're paid is Friends of Maraga Limited. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Asante sana. In case you've missed that pay bill, you can replay this clip because it's on YouTube.
Yes.
It's also on our Facebook.
Yes.
It's also on our X account.
Yes.
You will get that pay bill number, and I'm sure it's on your various social media handles.
Yes.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, asante sana.
Asante sana. Nashukuru.
Right now though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya must avoid the growing culture of political impunity and disregard for court orders which could push citizens towards violence, says presidential aspirant David Maraga. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Maraga lamented that many leaders routinely ignore the law and expect to get away with it, causing widespread frustration among citizens. The former Chief Justice also raised concerns over rampant corruption in the country.
Those in power sometimes think they are a law unto themselves. They tramp upon people's rights and they want to get away with it. They don't want to comply with the law, and as a result, they injure a number of people very, very badly.
Yes.
Court orders are not obeyed. We have seen cases where court orders have just been disregarded. And what does that mean? Somebody has gone to court for years, paid a lot of legal fees, struggled. Court has given him a judgment.
Right.
And those who are supposed to implement, or those who are supposed to satisfy the decree, just disregard the law. Then you ask yourself, if we are going to have a country